and thank you all for being here. I'd like to call the Select Board meeting from Monday, February 24th, 2025, back into order, open session. We were in executive session prior to this open session, where on item A, we did take action, and on item B, we also took action, where we issued a warning. So if you would all like to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I will begin with staff comments and announcements. And Mr. Piekarski,
Thank you, Mr.
if you
Chair.
wouldn't mind, thank you.
Sorry?
No, if you wouldn't mind, thank you.
We received notice from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with a request to read this into our minutes. The Department of Conservation and Recreation may acquire a conservation restriction in a parcel of land located in Howard, as shown on the attached locus map marked as Exhibit A for conservation and recreation purposes. That's the extent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piekarski. Does anyone else from our staff have any comment or announcement to make?
Thank you, Carolyn Carey, Community Center Director. I know there are still 3 events left in February, but I would be remiss if I did not start advertising for the March events, which our first event is March 3rd, and it is a Mardi Gras party from 12:30 to 2:30. So there'll be a band and food and dancing and games and refreshments and beads and fun. Free event. March 6th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. is the traditional spaghetti dinner again. So we're hoping people will come to that. On March 7th at 8 a.m., we will have out free cards for the International Women's Day for people to write thank you notes to any person that has influenced them, and we have that all set up. We've done it for a few years. The cards get sent to anyone that you desire to write a thank you note to. On March 14th, we'll be doing a St. Patrick's Day bingo from 6 to 8 p.m. And then on April 18th, I'll start with I'll finish the March ones. March 21st at 6 p.m., we are partnering with the Harwich Police Department and doing a youth and family safety talk. It's really about if you have younger children or young adults, I shouldn't call them children, are really at home for the first time and what they should expect, and just giving them some tips of the trade. So the police department's working with us on that. That came as a request from a lot of parents who had said they would like to see more things like that. So then once again on March 28th at 6 p.m. we'll be making some more slime. And I'm just announcing this now because these tickets are going to go like hotcakes. So we are doing Dancing Through the Decades adult prom night. So you can either redo your prom. If you didn't get to go, you can go this time. It's April 18th at 6:30. We will be having it at the community center. We're partnering with the SEAL, who's providing some of the refreshments. And yeah, you don't want to miss that one. I just can't wait. Can I get you all some tickets now? So I feel like I should stand up here a little longer because February took me 3 days, but that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from our staff for public comment or announcement?
I do have a
Please.
comment. We received a notification from the Department of Transportation today about work being done on Route 6 westbound. Starting tomorrow, there'll be a detour, exit 10, is it 78 now? 75. We'll be detouring traffic from Route 6 all the way through Great Western Road to Queen Anne up to 124. There'll be increased traffic in that area.
Thank you, Don.
Did I tell you a time? I'm sorry.
We got time.
Yeah.
just that it will start tomorrow.
Mystery.
Mystery, probably at the morning rush. Well, between, it says 9 PM to 5 AM, but
It
I
could
don't
be.
know
That's-
if
They do a
that
lot of
is
work at night.
before or after.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Megan. And I'm going to take new business A out of order simply because we had Mr. Piekarski close one end of it, and now we can close the second end of the Department of Conservation and Recreation request.
So I make a motion that we vote to approve the Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR, request to waive the 120-day waiting period to acquire a conservation restriction on the 16-acre parcel of land near Hawks Nest State Park pursuant to 301 Code of Mass Regs, CMR 51.07 1B. And that's it.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Just for the public's understanding, after having a conversation with the Department of Conservation and Recreation, the reason for waiving the 120-day request is simply because it puts them very, very close to their fiscal year ending, and they would like to be able to move this forward sooner rather than later. So we have a motion and a second. No discussion?
Can we just describe what this covers?
Sure. This covers the Freitas property out there in the Hawks Nest area off Seth Whitefield and Round Cove Road,
Thank you.
which we settled several weeks ago. Thank you for bringing that up, Don. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, 5-0. Thank you. And on to weekly briefing. Megan, thank you for being here tonight.
Okay, we have a sewer extension update. Robert Hour is still working in the area of Chestnut Lane, Elm Drive, and Martha Eaton Court. Those areas will have some traffic diversions as well. They're looking for only the residents of those roads to be in that area. They'll be detoured otherwise. They are looking at next week, same area, Chestnut Lane and Martha Eaton Court. They'll have traffic details, and it'll be another couple of weeks in that area before they move on.
Thank you very much, Megan. Now we'll move to public comments and announcements. Anybody from the public like to speak? There's a fight at the podium.
Good, John.
My money's on Dave, John. I'm sorry. My money's all on Dave. Hi, Dave.
Dave Nixon, CPC Chair. I'm here tonight to ask for your help. I'm sure you're aware of the circumstances that we're dealing with. Our next meeting is March 6th. I don't know when your warrant is due, but I'm hoping that the information is readily available that we need to make our votes, and is on March 6th, quite frankly. So if there's any way that the board could send a letter off to Ms. Davies suggesting the importance of that date, and just for protocol, we vote, we put the motions together, we send them off to administration, the town administrator. Either he puts the articles together or one of his designees, and then it goes to legal. So there's a process involved, and that's why I'm here tonight asking for your help. Thank you very much, Board.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else? Hi, John.
Hi, John Chory, Gorham Road. I just want to know when's the appropriate time to speak to something. I'd like to speak to annual town meeting, Section 7, Part B. Should I wait till that item comes up, or should I state my question now? That's right, it's just a procedural question.
So I'm understanding, if I'm hearing you right, that you want to speak on a certain article that we're going to be discussing.
Yeah.
I'd wait until that article.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leo Kokonis, North Harwich. First and foremost, I want to thank the current board for their behavior when it entitles public comment. It's a very hard thing to deal with, public comment, just for those at home that might be listening or people in this room. or a time when someone can get up at the mic and say something, but there is no interaction between that speaker and the board. None whatsoever. No acknowledgement, none, because it would be a violation of open meeting law. So first and foremost, I'd like to congratulate you on your behavior on that, number one. And number two, make sure that the people at home understand that. That's why sometimes the board just sits there in silence. Last week, under public comments, a town resident got up and said a couple of things, and because of open meeting law, it could not be corrected. And I would just like to take this time to correct some comments that were made. And it was in regards to the tech school. I believe it was in regards to the tech school's request for CPC funds, but it metamorphed into the lease agreement that the town of Harwich presently has with the Harwich Tech School. I want to clear up just a couple of points that were made, and once again, I only do this to clarification for people that may have been watching at home or heard about it or read about it in the paper. First and foremost, yes, the person was correct. It was an idea brought forward by one individual. I will stand here and say, I think he meant me, but I don't know that. But one individual had an idea. However, it was a culmination of 5 years of planning. I was kind of hoping the town administrator was going to be here tonight, because if anyone participated in this 5-year planning, it was him in his office. And as I look up there, there are members of the board that were here for 5 years that also were involved in this. Not only was it this board, the administration's office, the Conservation Commission, the school board, and countless attorneys, countless. And it all culminated, by the way, in a town meeting vote. And I am also standing in front of you tonight to be very proud to say I wrote the article for town meeting, I brought it forward in town meeting, and even our town moderator was shocked that it was a completely unanimous vote to move forward with this school project. And I'm very proud of that. Even the gentleman that sits about midway at town meeting that votes no on everything, even he didn't vote no. And even the town moderator commented on it. So this is a signed lease. It is going to move forward. The CPC request is a separate and individual vote, and I certainly respect the CPC's committee's work on that and their determination that it probably doesn't fit their criteria. Either way, it doesn't matter. The project is going to move forward. And the only other thing I want to end it with is there was comments at that it was a ridiculous idea to teach kids to be farmers, because there is no farms left. And I stand before you and tell you that statement is 110% correct. It is not, or never was, the intentions of either myself or the countless people involved in this project to teach farming. It was to use a farm as a chalkboard. We, and I'll speak a little bit with the school as partners, myself and the school, hired an individual consultant to go out and do a research on the need for education criteria and where that need would be. And what it came out was veterinarian medicine was very high on the list in southeastern Massachusetts, not just Cape Cod, but southeastern Mass. Not only that, environmental science was high on the list, and certainly land management. Many municipalities across the Cape have open space and land now, and they have no idea what to do with it. Forests that have been sitting for years without any management plans. So these are the criteria that the school has focused on, and nowhere was there ever discussed to have criteria for teaching farming. With that, once again, I thank you all very much for your input, and I just hope that clarifies some of the questions that were brought up last week, because I know you couldn't answer them. Thanks.
Thank you, Leo. Anyone else for public comment?
Thank you.
Please.
Matt Sutphin, of course, I'm the fellow who wrote the letter. I would have to say that since I wrote that letter inspired by very recent knowledge, I learned about all the plans for the 374 Main Street bog 10 days ago. And I would challenge everybody in the room to be able to tell me what those plans are. The fact is, very few people know what those plans are. And that should not be a big surprise to the town, having voted for this opportunity that the tech school is going to avail of itself of, which is to do a $5, $6, $7 million project next to wetlands for environmental purposes. Totally off-the-wall thought from my point of view, because the town has, up the road, a $120 million school. It can easily add on a little bit of space, if it needs to teach students all the benefits of farming or farming-related activities, veterinary medicine, whatever. Point is, my logic tells me that if you've got a school and you have a parking lot and you have lights and you have ready access to all of the elements that go into schooling in one place, why would you create a satellite? There's no cost benefit in it.
Matt, excuse me, just address
Oh,
me,
there's
the
no- oh,
chair,
sorry.
and into that microphone if you don't mind.
There's no cost benefit in it.
Excuse me, Matt, point of order.
I appreciate everything you're saying, and you and I go way back, but I'm just thinking about what Leo had said earlier. He's made a comment, you've made a comment, this has been adjudicated elsewhere, and if we start going back and forth, it really becomes an agenda item.
Thank you.
I mean, it really should be an agenda
I'm
item.
going to let him finish, and then we can,
Thank you. I'll be brief. I
Please.
hope it will be an agenda item because I think it defies logic. There is an existing plant. It can be expanded on to the extent that somebody wants to study veterinary medicine or whatever. There are lots of schools that teach it in the city. They don't have a bog to go to for whatever purposes they would deem necessary. Looking at the warrant, and I read it several times because I don't want to be stupid about this. I doubt the voters understand the extent of the improvements to that land, 30 acres. I don't think they understand amphitheaters and 2 buildings and $300,000 worth of boardwalks and $200,000 worth of cutting down trees. If everybody wants to go look at the expenses projected, they will figure out if you allocated $50,000 a house
Matt,
lot.
I'm going to ask one more time. You have to
Oh, sorry.
address the
If you
chair
a-
and
if
into
you-
the microphone.
I apologize.
That's
If you
okay.
If you allocated $50,000 a house lot, this project is essentially 30 or 40 houses. It's not appropriate, and there is no cost benefit in it. I would thoroughly expect that warrant to have been fulfilled by building a barn, doing some fencing, doing some stuff that basically would reflect as field operations. And I believe that is what was voted. And thank you. I'll look forward to the agenda.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Just to everybody, keeping in mind, we try to keep it to 3 or 4 minutes, so let's just remember that. We got a long agenda tonight. Thank
I'll
you.
remember that.
Yeah, well, hi, Mr. Gruszka.
Charles Gruszka, T-Berry Ave. I didn't come here this evening to address anything that I'm going to address right now, just dovetailing off the previous 2 speakers. And I would as one resident taxpayer, would very much appreciate an agenda item on this matter of whatever satellite program for the school. When I voted at town meeting, I voted with the understanding that we were going to be using a property for field study for students to come out in my mind, from a building and come out and use that as a field study, kind of their shop component of the program. Certainly fascinating, all the kinds of things, but it was just by happenstance that my wife heard something playing Mahjong a couple of weeks ago related to this and came home and said, "Did you know that this, and this?" And it was all new information to me. So I would just, as a resident taxpayer, love an agenda item that where the taxpayer, we could get the more explanation as to all the details on the project and what we can look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Anybody else for public comment? All right, hearing none. We'll now move into the 2025 Annual Town Meeting presentation of petitioned articles. I want to make it clear, these are listed in the order that they were received. This is an opportunity, just to be clear, for the board and for the public to hear the petitioners present their petition article. This is not an opportunity for the public to begin a debate on that. It's not what's going to happen here tonight. The other opportunity that will be presented will be the board will have the opportunity to determine whether or not they'd like to support the article by way of a positive motion. So just to set the expectations of where we're going with this tonight, that's where we're going. So the first petition article on the agenda tonight is a petition for special legislation prohibiting the application of fertilizer, and the lead petitioner is Patrick Otten.
May I sit here?
You sure may.
Well,
Good
thank
evening.
you again for this opportunity to again present a request. It's actually an ask. Two asks, in fact. The first ask is to ask the Select Board to then, the second ask, to ask the state legislature to allow Harwich to have its own fertilizer regulations. Harwich is not in the Berkshires. Harwich is not in Beacon Hill. Harwich is here on Cape Cod, which is a uniquely one-of-a-kind environment, sitting on top of a single-source aquifer with very permeable soils, sand, and whatnot, and we are struggling. 80% of our ponds are in danger, 80% of our estuaries are in danger. I think it's 60% of our ponds have declined health for multiple reasons. The first one is septic, and that is being addressed, of course, but the ultimate cost of septic, I think, is $50 billion in the next 40 years. The second cause of concern for our waterways, both estuaries and fresh ponds, are fertilizers. Fertilizers are the second source of nutrient pollution for both those waterways. How much is the cost to stop putting fertilizer on lawns? Nothing. So I am proposing that, again, we submit a request to the state legislature to allow Harwich to have its own fertilizer regulations. Okay?
Thank you.
So it's an ask.
I appreciate that. Is that all you'd like to say regarding your petition article?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So I thank you for being here, and I thank you for putting this forward. I'm also going to, for each petitioner, I will give a very brief overview of council's opinion on each, so the public has an understanding of how council has opined on each one of these petition articles. The council's opinions will be in next week's correspondence. We got them a little late. So Patrick, with respect to your fertilizer regulation, the article is approved as to form. The only request that council gave, or the only recommendation council gave, was what I sent you a little text on over the weekend, which was, is there anything different this year on this petition article than there was previous year.
previous year. I added one word, okay?
Everybody pay attention.
I added one
This
word.
is your chance.
So when I'm reading the sentence, I'll just have to read well, where do you want me to read it? So, where do I start reading? Well,
The
It's
shortest
all-
place possible.
to see if the town will vote to authorize and ask the Select Board to petition the Great and General Court of Commonwealth of Massachusetts for special legislation, the text of which is set forth below, prohibiting the application of fertilizers in the town of Harwich except for the purposes of commercial agriculture, residential use of organic fertilizers and with low nitrogen and phosphorus for the use of growing fruits, vegetables, and here's the word I inserted, gardens, that is allowable under the USDA National Organic Program of Organic Standards, OMIRI listed, and to authorize the general court with the approval of the select board to make changes in the form of the text thereto as may be necessary or advisable in order to accomplish the intent and public purpose of this legislation in order to secure the
Okay,
passage.
okay, excellent.
Sorry.
Excellent. I didn't want to cut you off, but then I had to. Okay, so we
So
appreciate
I
that.
inserted the word, in addition to
You inserted the
growing
word garden.
fruits, vegetables, I put in gardens.
Garden. Excellent. So Mr. Otten has asked the board for 2 requests. Is there a motion?
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So I think it would be helpful to have council's info next week, just to look at all, because I know you brought this forward last year, and we've had extensive discussions about fertilizer and pesticides.
Okay.
And I think I said to you last year, I'm not in disagreement with you about, the fact that homeowners don't necessarily know how to distribute them properly. I think we heard loud and clear from our commercial people that they are, and they're licensed to do so. So my only question is thank you, is council's info, which I'd like just a chance to read more on their comments, but also the problem, I think, for this board and for the town is enforcing it, and in the sense that it's still all available for purchase, and yet then we would have to have a way to enforce who's putting what on their lawns or who's using what for pesticides. And I don't believe, and Megan, I'm looking to you only because you used to be in the health department. I don't believe there's any manpower to do that without more bodies.
No, I know that the Conservation Commission was also interested in something along these lines, and they're in the same situation that the Board of Health is. The Health Department is short-staffed, there are already too many things that they're already doing, but they do realize it's an important piece of environmental protection. However, it is a problem of who's enforcing it.
Okay. So I want to say that for the public to understand that, maybe inaction by our board tonight doesn't mean that we disagree with the momentum, but it means dollars, and it means that products are still available. And so I'm just putting that out there for the public. I know you know that.
May I comment?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. My view, it doesn't differ from stop signs. Is there a police officer enforcing every single stop sign in the town? No. But we trust the good nature, the goodwill of citizens, residents to stop. And I think that this is the first step in the right direction. In general, if this gets out and it's accepted, let's say 60%. People say, yeah, it's a good idea, I follow it. Maybe it's 80%. And I'm not worried about the few percent that say, the hell with that, I'm going to do what I want to do. Sorry, there's a lot of people that do not stop at stop signs.
No, you're right.
So using enforcement as the argument, it's valid, but I don't think it's the full excuse as why not to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else from the board? Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I keep trying to want to get behind something like this, but I'm still where I was last year, and I'm just going to repeat it for everybody who understands. I'm a big proponent of home rule law. I thought we should have adopted it when we had the opportunity, so we wouldn't have needed this. but you're also presenting a solution that is embodied in this thing, so that you're not only setting up a mechanism, but you already told them where you're going with it. That you're prohibiting this except in the following circumstances. That's where you lose me. If there's a mechanism that was presented that allowed the town to promulgate its own regulations and tailored it to where the areas were, that's one thing. But this might as well just eliminate that whole thought and just say, we're going to ban fertilizers for anybody except under the following circumstances, which really it makes this a non-starter for me. So just, it's same as last year.
The state has the ability to modify anything in this before they approve it, so they can accept it, read it over, and say, no, no, not that, but this. So the state themselves can change it. Once it gets to Harwich, it could again be monitored, changed, edited for what best suits Harwich. This is the beginning step.
I don't see how it specifies something really, it's very specific about where you're going.
It's the end goal, right?
Yeah, but that's not a goal anymore. It's codified in an actual, in a document, that we can't go outside of that for consideration. I see some shaking heads. I'll just point out that I'm more than happy to educate everybody, and I currently don't have either a lawn or anything that would be subject to this, but other people do. And they should want to do things because it's the right thing to do for the community, not because we've already told them that we're not only creating something that the town itself will look into, but we're already telling you what the edges of that look like. This is a regulation,
Which can be modified,
but it's a regulation nonetheless.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else? Pete, Michael? All right, excellent. Beauty of this, Patrick, is you get to stay right there. Because you were the second submission. This is the petition for special legislation for a pesticide reduction bylaw. Lead petitioner, Patrick Otten.
Right. And again, just like the fertilizer, this is another ask. It's to ask the select board, to ask the state legislator, to allow Harwich to have home rule, format? Home rule ability on the application of fertilizers. Specifically, again, fertilizers are damaging our environment. They harm our pets, they harm the yard we play in with our children. Simply spraying a yard with pesticides to control a mosquito or to control a tick is not valid because you're killing 100% of everything in the yard. You can go downstairs and get the handouts from the Board of Health, and they say, how do you protect yourself from mosquitoes and ticks? It is yourself. They don't say call up an exterminator and have your yard sprayed. They say wear the proper clothing, put the right lotions on your own body, and protect yourself, examine yourself. That's the way you take care of any insect control. So this is addressing the problem of pesticides in the environment. It's not addressing pesticides within the home. If you need a fungicide in your home, go right ahead. You need a rodenticide in your home, go right ahead. Okay? This is addressing the exterior world where we live and play, and I think it's important that, again, Harwich has the ability to care for where it is we live. Okay?
Thank you for that. Council's opinion is the article is approved to form, and I will ask you again with this specific article or petition, is there anything different in this one this year than from last year?
No, no word changes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board on this? All right, Patrick, thank you very much, and we'll see you back here in a little bit for your third.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next is to appropriate $125,000 for the proposed Harwich Home Rule Charter Commission. Lead petitioner, Sandra Hall.
Good evening,
Hello, Ms. Hall, how are you?
everybody.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
As you all know, there will be a question on the ballot in May to give the voters a chance to decide whether they want to elect a 9-member charter commission to take a thorough look through our charter with input from everyone in the community. Probably about a 2-year process when all is said and done. This ask is for $125,000 to hire a consultant. Printing, assuming if the commission is approved by the town, it will have to come back to the town for a vote, and copies of the proposed new charter or changed charter or whatever the product is will have to be mailed to every household in Harwich with a registered voter. So it's $125,000. However, I believe there is still $75,000 sitting in an article that was originally planned for the use of the Bylaw Charter Review Committee. So basically, this is an additional $50,000 to cover a lot of other costs over probably a 16-month period.
Thank you very much, and I'll go to the board. Well, actually, hold on, let me read the very quick opinion of council that this article is approved to form.
Hooray.
And that is all they had written. I'll go to the board. Anybody want to start with any questions? No? Don? Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since Sandy brought this up, I would like to get a reporting at a future meeting about what's left in that article that we had purposed for a review of the charter. It started out at 75. I'm not sure where it is.
Fairly certain it is still at 75.
Okay, but if we could
Yeah, I
put
don't
that on
think
the
any
agenda
other
in the
issues.
future so that we can verify that.
Sure.
Do you want that, I'm just going to ask, do you want that agended, or is that something admin can send all 5 of us balance?
I think the public should hear it.
Okay, perfect. I do have a question. Who would have the jurisdiction over the funds?
Charter Commission.
Charter Commission. Just wanted the public to understand that as well. Okay, thank you. Does anybody have anything else? Excellent.
Well, that was relatively painless.
Appreciate your time, and thank you for being here. And next up, we have the vote to rescind Article 2 of the 2022 special town meeting vote, which, just for the public's understanding, is the 62 Route 28 West Harwich Baptist Church. Lead petitioners Lou Urbano. Thanks for being here, Lou.
My pleasure, thank you.
Absolutely.
It's okay if I said correct?
100%.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable.
I'm glad to be here. Basically, this is an article, there's been a lot of discussion. Duncan Berry did an excellent job of explaining the church and so forth. I think everyone's aware. I look at this article as a procedural article. This is process. Was the process followed? Was it not followed? If the process wasn't followed, the town deserves the right to say, stop. If we go back to the beginning, there was a town vote. The town vote asked for something very simple, and that's that the state be involved with a historic preservation. All that means is that before any action be taken, that it be taken to the state historical, and they would also look at it. That was not put in there. It's not a big hurdle for that to have been done, because if the building should have been torn down, then I'm sure the state historical would also have agreed that it should be torn down. The developer refused, had his own person go in, evaluate the building, and say that the building isn't sound. And so this is an attempt to say the purpose of which this whole town meeting last year vote was taken was fraught with issues as this process moved along, and therefore should be stopped. And I believe that's all I can say on the subject.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you very much for your explanation. As to council's opinion, this article is under separate review by town council at this time. This is an executive session issue for the board, so we will not comment any further on that. Does the board have any questions or any input? Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. All right, moving right along. To accept funds allocated in the Massachusetts Clean Water State Revolving Funds Intended Use Plan for the Phase 3A construction. Lead petitioner is Ann Frechette.
Thank you.
Hi, Ann.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Just state your name for the record, please.
Ann Frechette, 10 Paradise Path, also representing the Great Sands Lakes Association.
Thank you. And thanks for being here.
Thank you. Since I'm having a little trouble getting this up, I'm going to read the petition that we have submitted to see if the town will vote to accept funds allocated in the Massachusetts Clean Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan 2025 for the purpose of sewer line construction along Queen Anne Road in East Harwich. So the town of Harwich submitted an application to the State Revolving Fund for the purpose of constructing sewer lines along Queen Anne Road in East Harwich as Phase 3A of the sewer construction plan.
Ann, I'm going to stop you. I hate to do it to you right now, but could you bring that microphone a little closer to you?
Oh, sure.
Or step a little closer to the mic. I just want to make sure everybody can hear what you're going
Okay,
through.
sure.
Thank you very much.
I'm not going to start again, that'll
No,
take a lot of
please, thank
time. The draft intended use plan published by the State Revolving Fund includes a funding amount of $31,130,000 for Harwich for the project. Acceptance of the funds will help offset expenditures related to Phase 3A. Prioritizing the construction of sewers along Queen Anne Road relates to the presence of town wells for drinking water to the south of the proposed sewer lines, protection of the water quality in John Joseph and Bucks Ponds, and efficient use of unused sewer flows that Harwich already pays the town of Chatham for wastewater treatment. So I have a presentation to show, it's all town documents, to show what this means. And at this phase, we will be keeping this resolution on, this warrant article, and not rescinding it, because we've read the proposed draft proposed by the town, and it doesn't actually do what we are trying to do here, which is to give the reasoning for accepting these funds. So this is the slide that shows the households along the north of the Great Sands Lakes along Queen Anne Road, which will be affected. It's labeled Phase 3A here because that is the label that the revised CWMP gave it. That's another question I have about the warrant article that the town prepared, because it's not described as Phase 3A in the one that the town put together. So I think it's important to have consistent labeling of what we're talking about, and this is what I've chosen to do here. So this shows the watershed for the Great Sands Lakes, and you can see the little rectangular boxes at the bottom show where the drinking wells are located, and you can see the drinking wells are in the watershed of the Great Sands Lakes. So what we're talking about here is not just the quality of the water in the Great Sands Lakes, this is also regarding the quality of the drinking water wells that affect all of Harwich. So there was a question last time I presented about how many households will be affected, and someone threw out the number 150. While it's true that it's 150 households that would be sewered, the number of households in Harwich who could potentially be affected by this project is all of them, because we're talking about clean drinking water for the town of Harwich. So why do we want this project? Well, one reason is that we're already paying for the sewer flows into the Chatham treatment plant. And this is a town document that shows that the Great Sand Lakes project was going to fulfill, was going to, complete the amount of flow that we're already paying for to the town of Chatham for wastewater treatment. So why not get value for something we're already paying for? Why 3A? So this is the draft intended use plan for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and you can see it highlighted at the bottom is the allocation for Harwich. This is money that the State Revolving Fund has set aside for Harwich. I have spoken with Robin McNamara extensively. She is the administrator for this fund, and contrary to what the select board said at the last presentation of this, It is not a competition at this point. This is money that has been allocated to Harwich. And yes, there are certain procedures that Harwich has to follow to be able to access the money, but it's not like we're competing with other towns at this point. This is money that has been allocated to Harwich if Harwich fulfills the procedures that are required for getting the funds. So that's one of the asks I have, because I can't do that. That has to be the town of Harwich. That has to be Harwich employees that follow the procedures to be able to access the state funds. So I have since forwarded the town administrator a slide loop that Robin McNamara presented to me that outlines very, very clearly what are the procedures. Since Harwich has already received some state funds, thought there might be some knowledge in the town, but just to make sure that we are all on the same page, I forwarded the slide loop from Robin McNamara describing exactly what the town has to do to be able to access these funds. And I'd be happy to present that at the vote as well, if we need to. So why 3A? Again, almost 20 years ago, a town study recommended sewers to protect the water quality in the Great Sand Lakes neighborhood. And why? Because of the location of the drinking water wells to the south of the Great Sand Lakes. You can see phosphorus loading to the watershed can be further reduced with wastewater collection and treatment. The options will do nothing for the phosphorus already in the watershed, but it would reduce the phosphorus loadings into the future. I really wish this was followed 20 years ago, because the lakes have degraded considerably since this study came out. Why? The CWMP failed to prioritize the Great Sand Lakes and suggested alum remediation instead. But we know now from history of using alum that it doesn't work. So Hinckley's, as you know, was treated with alum, and Hinckley's had a major cyanobacterial bloom this past December. So why throw money into a solution that doesn't work when we know there's a solution that does work, which is to take the nutrients out of the watershed and treat them at a treatment plant. So this is a photograph of a cyanobacteria bloom in Bucks Pond in October. This past year, one of my neighbors was walking her dog along the pond and said, "Oh my goodness, what is going on here?" and took this photograph. Amy Osowski, our Conservation Commissioner, tested it, and yes, this was a cyanobacteria bloom, which could have potentially poisoning effects to dogs who are being walked by here. So this is a real problem, and the cyanobacteria blooms have been recurrent in Bucks Pond and also sporadic in John Joseph Pond, which is immediately adjacent to this. So when the CWMP revision was addressed, it was decided that the Great Sand Lakes would be prioritized. And toward that end, Harwich was awarded ARPA funds. This is directly out of the Barnstable County announcement of the $616,255 that were allocated to Harwich for the purpose of designing a sewer collection system along Queen Anne Road. So Harwich has already spent $199,000 of this money, that's actually the next slide. And Harwich has until June 30th, 2025 to complete the design of the project. The money was earmarked for the design of the sewers along Queen Anne Road. So we have money to do the design work, and we have funds from the state to go ahead and implement the project. So I also wanted to point this out as well, which is that these are state water quality standards. This is a Massachusetts requirement, which is protection of existing uses. In all cases, existing uses and the level of water quality necessary to protect existing uses shall be maintained and protected. So this is a state provision. This is not federal. This is, pretends this relates to exactly this purpose of protecting the surface water quality standards. In our neighborhood, swimming, kayaking, boating, boat races every year. This has been going on since the neighborhood was built. And we'd like to protect those uses. We can't do that if there's a cyanobacteria bloom. Every year now, we're worried, is the cyanobacteria going to show up right at the time of our annual picnic? And then we'll have to, postpone, not have our annual picnic, which is something that has been going on in the neighborhood for decades. And it's generational. Grandparents bring their grandkids. to this picnic and show them, this is how we use, the lakes. This is, how we enjoy our neighborhood. So I just want to point out that this is a state standard that's enforceable in state courts. And we're asking that we not have to go to the level of addressing this in state courts, that we do the right thing. We have the money for the design phase. We have money allocated for the implementation of it. Doesn't it make sense to do this while everything's lined up to make it happen? So thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here in your presentation. I will read council's opinion. This article is not in proper legal form because there is no mechanism for town meeting to vote to accept state revolving funds funding for a particular sewer project. Once the town has been approved for the funding of a sewer project through the intended use plan approved by the Department of the Environmental Protection Agency, the authority of town meeting is limited to the appropriation of the funds necessary for the project, subject to the reimbursement from the Clean Water Trust. Does the board have any questions for the petitioner? Done.
A couple of things, just before you consider the gravity of that. First of all, this applies to everybody with the petition article. The ship has already sailed. You can't, even if you wanted to withdraw the article, Emily's here, I'm sure she could back this up. You can't. Even if everybody who signed it says, I want to take this back, you can't. So you're not competing with anybody. So it's not a question that you would be supplanted. And again, that's for everybody who has a petition article. I do want to clarify something because I actually had said that before legal counsel had said it. It's not like an acceptance, it's still a borrowing. But just so everyone understands, I know everybody sitting up here is equally concerned about this. The game was rigged originally. It had nothing to do with the town not wanting to remediate Great Sands Lake. It had to do with the fact that the DEP set up the requirements for sewering to skew them towards abatement on saltwater estuaries, which immediately took out, we've been pushing for a couple of years now to have the state reconsider that. That's why this did get changed, because it's hugely important to us since the water is a network. It's not just sitting in one body. It moves around, and it is drinking water that's affected. I just want everybody to be clear. There was never a time that we didn't want to do this. It was a question of the plan that we had to submit to the DEP and the state required us to start off with saltwater embayments first. That pretty much precluded this, except to the extent that we were willing to borrow the money all by ourselves. Now that's changed, and I think that's great. And I understand what he's saying. We still may need ourselves to consider what kind of article we need to request the money. That's what I was saying before. It's not just an acceptance. There's a requirement for us to follow through with a borrowing. And we need town meetings authority to be able to approve that. And you're not actually asking for that here, although the money, it looks like it's about the right amount for the sewering. So we're going to have to, I think we as a board are going to have to ponder how that works as a request, because I think it's a little further along than this now.
Thank you, Don. Julie?
I just have a follow-up question, not specifically for you, but for us, in terms of the water quality impact. Because all along, I've understood this to be an impact to water quality in wells. I got some conflicting info, so I think I'm going to go back to get that information for this board, and maybe we can have an agenda item on that, just so we understand it fully about any impacts. I got conflicting info on water quality impact, and I think it's important for discussion.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay, I agree 100% that it's really important to get accurate information about the situation with the drinking water wells. And there was a study that was done, more than 20 years ago. And at the time of the study, it was saying that the Great Sand Lakes was absorbing these nutrients. That was 20 years ago. And the extent to which the nutrient overload has extended to the wells, as far as I know, nobody knows. So I think it's really, really important for the town to understand whether or not the quality of our water is threatened.
I agree, and actually, the meeting that Jeff and I attended, I had said to you that, the next phase of what we're dealing with, the sewer and nitrogen, is gonna be about water and water quality, and we all know that. And so, if we've got some monies set aside already, I just wanna understand the actual current impacts, and that's all I'm saying. I'm, not against any of your article or anything like that, but I'm just trying to make sure that we are deciphering the appropriate information.
And I think, as you do this, I think it's very important to note that 20 years ago, there were no records of there being cyanobacteria blooms in these waters, and now it's annual. So something has changed, and I think it's important to understand what has changed and what the threats are to our drinking water supply. The other piece to this, though, that makes this urgent is that the funding's not going to come from the state every year. Like, the next time that there might be this funding available to Harwich to take care of this process, that's an open question. Nobody has any idea. I would hate to see us in a position some years from now to have an emergency allocation of funds and an emergency, rise in the tax rates because it wasn't addressed in a timely manner when we had the right resources to address it.
Understood, yeah. I mean, we've heard that for sewers when when we have attended meetings in the past and heard how they talked about sewering in the 80s and didn't do it. So I hear you loud and clear.
Any other board members? Again?
Yeah, I do want to say something again. Given what the council said, and given, you understand that it's not about whether we agree that something should happen, it's about how to make it move forward. I'd like to get an agenda item that not only considers what Julie was talking about in terms of the data, but also what an article would look like to actually do the borrowing, to be able to get to where you were talking about in this.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. And you bring a lot of value and a lot of great information to our townspeople. And that's very important. It's very important for us to hear. And there's not one of us on this board here, sitting up here, or wherever Michael is tonight, who doesn't take this incredibly seriously. So I just want to say thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next, we have a hiring of a part-time tree warden. The estimated cost of $25,000, and the lead petitioner is Matt Suppan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, board
Thanks for
members.
being here.
I appreciate your considering this article. Would you like me to read it to you first?
I'd like you to present it however you'd like.
Okay, well, let me preface the read by saying there are only three towns in Harwich.
Hold on one sec, Matt.
Sure.
Sorry.
3 towns.
Okay.
I correct myself. There are only 3 towns on the Cape that do not have a tree warden. We are one of those 3 because I guess it's been thought to be expeditious when it comes to a bothersome tree. You just cut it. So, a tree warden, Chapter 87, State of Massachusetts, requires towns to have a tree warden. And so I'm hoping that this town will recognize that it's not just a matter of talking about cutting a tree down. It's a matter of limbing a tree instead of cutting it down. It's a matter of planting trees. It's more than, oh, it's a nuisance, so we need to get rid of it. And it's easy for people to think in terms of the moment. We have a moment out here 2 weeks ago. The big tree that got cut down right in front of this building. It did not need to be cut down. It had what they call a widowmaker limb, a dead limb, that could have been excised from the tree, and we wouldn't be talking about that tree tonight. However, the tree was cut. And I don't think there's anybody that is considering replacing it. I don't think that's on anybody's agenda. But if there were a tree warden, first of all, it wouldn't have been cut. It would have been excised, where it's problematic. And where trees do need to be cut, he would probably advocate for replacing the tree. So That's the gist of my article, to come up to speed with all the towns on Cape Cod, except for 2 others, if I may. The article, to see if the town will vote to hire a tree warden who will work part-time under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 87, Shade Trees of Massachusetts General Laws. He would regulate shade trees in public places. The warden would have the authority to remove dangerous or dying trees without a hearing, to prune for safety and health, to identify planting sites, and to plant new trees. Non-dangerous tree removal would require a public hearing. The position would be an annual appointment. I put a cost in because I realized it was going to cost the town some things, but you disregard my amount. It was just an amount. The explanation. Presently, the various town departments or the town administrator has the power to unilaterally remove trees deemed problematic to specific department goals or simply for expediency's sake. This needs to stop. An overarching conversation needs to occur before a town board. And I think you all may recall that our highway department administrator, Lincoln Hooper, stood here a month or 2 months ago, I think, and said, you know, I'm not a tree warden. I do what I do, which is to deal with my problems. And I think what we need is somebody that will engage the highway department, or anybody else for that matter, about their problems. I'm not saying they don't count, about their problems, but also the enjoyment of the town that every one of us should be able to have as we go down our roads. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Matt, thank you, and thank you for being here and putting this forward. So, council's opinion. This article constitutes a non-binding directive to the Select Board and the town administrator to hire a part-time tree warden. It is non-binding because the decision whether to hire an additional official is an executive function that rests solely with the chief executive of the town, which is the Select Board. The sole authority of town meeting is to appropriate sufficient funds to fund a position. This article does not, however, propose any funding source for this position. The charter does not provide for an elected tree warden. That position is subject to appointment by the Select Board pursuant to General Law, Chapter 41, 106. Further pursuant to Section 532 of the town charter, the Director of Public Works is responsible for the care and maintenance of public shade trees located on town property. So, I'll add, just for the public's understanding, is town meeting vote, if voted positively, gives the Select Board the right to execute, but it does not compel or mandate the town to spend money. So that's you know, where council opined on, landed with your petition. And now I'll go to the board. Does the board have any questions for the presenter? No. Matt, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Excuse me 1 second.
Well, you're in charge.
Michael? No, you just go.
Can't do it remotely.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is an annual presentation of the Historic Preservation Award lead petitioners, Paul Doan, who is not here tonight. So the presentation, the narrative in your packet will suffice. And last but not least is the amend Chapter 125 General Bylaws, deleting Article 2 and Article 4 completely. Lead petitioner is Thomas Birch.
You skipped.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Preservation.
Patrick, how could I skip over you? I apologize. Michael, I'm sorry, Michael?
I do notice that Paul Doan is online.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. We're still with Patrick, though. But then I will come back to Paul. Thank you, Michael. Patrick, to establish a tree preservation bylaw.
Yes, I'm glad I'm following prior comments about trees, because this is equally important. However, it's not addressing trees on public land, it is addressing trees on private lands where construction is happening. So this bylaw is intended to protect trees. Trees are a tremendous asset to our community and environment. Preservation of trees is a public purpose that protects the ecology, public health, welfare, environment, aesthetic character of the town of Harwich. Trees add value to our property and community. We wouldn't be here without trees because trees provide the oxygen we breathe. Trees are the carbon sink that keeps our environment from a runaway. Trees provide environmental protection by cooling the environment and controlling runoff. Trees have an aesthetic and a tremendous emotional value. So what am I addressing here in this proposed bylaw? This bylaw encourages the protection of trees during building activities, and it monitors their survival. The bylaw defines trees which are protected and also defines the area where protected trees exist. That is in the lot setback area of all lot perimeters. So by definition, every lot has a setback, front, back, and rear. This is only addressing those trees in that setback area. If you want to cut a tree in the middle of your yard, go ahead. If you're not building, you want to cut all the trees, go right ahead. So this bylaw does not prohibit a landowner's right to remove a protected tree. If so done, then it needs to be done with one of mitigation option. Either you pay into a tree preservation fund for the tree that you cut, or you plant an equivalent tree elsewhere on your lot. It does not prevent the removal of hazardous trees. It does not address or restrict cutting trees from outside of the tree yard, nor does this article prevent an owner from cutting or removing trees if there is no building or construction activities. The intent of this bylaw is to minimize the clear cutting of lots, to recognize the value of trees, and encourage preservation of existing trees for their environmental and community benefits. So if this was to go into effect, each lot would have a perimeter of trees, which give you not only a buffer between your next door neighbor, which is often pleasant, it helps the environment, it helps the ecology, and it helps the aesthetic value of our town. Harwich is zoned rural residential. It's not zoned city lot, urban, okay? We need our trees, and that's what this proposed bylaw is seeking, to preserve trees.
Thank you again, Patrick. This article is approved as to form. Is there anything in this article that is different from last year's?
No.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for Patrick? Hearing none, I'll thank you again.
I could also say that this, having been presented last year, has already been through the bylaw and what's the rest of the committee name?
Charter bylaw review.
Charter bylaw review, and it's approved there as well. So there's no confusion for
Thank you.
wording or language or conflict.
Excellent.
All right.
Thanks again for being here.
Thank you.
So now I'll jump to annual presentation of a Historic Preservation Award with the lead petitioner, Paul Doan, and I'm going to apologize, Paul. I was told you weren't going to be here, but yet, here you are. So the floor is yours. You're still on mute, my friend. Paul, hold on one sec. Hold on. How about now, Paul? Oh, hold on. We're working on it. Check your chat. Matt just sent you a chat. For some reason, you're muted.
Use computer audio.
Can you get Michael to speak just 1 second? Michael, can you say anything for us?
You can say anything you want.
Thank you, Michael. One more try, Paul. Try now. Paul, I'm going to let you try to work it out on your own for a little bit. I'm going to move to the next petitioner, and then we'll come back to you.
I think there's something in this toolbox down below that says use computer audio. Join with computer audio.
There is a button down at the bottom of the screen that says Join with Computer Audio. Is that, I just want to make sure, I'm sure you have it, but I just want to make sure that's on. Yeah, we can't hear you, and I apologize for that. So we're going to move on to the next one while you work on that. Matt will work on it as well with you in chat. The next one is to amend Chapter 125 General Bylaw, deleting Article 2 and Article 4 completely. Lead petitioner, Thomas Birch. Promise I'll come back to you, Paul.
How's it going, everybody? Thank you.
Thank you,
for all
Tom. Just
guys
state your
do
name
and
for the
don't
record,
do.
if you don't mind.
Tom Birch, North Harwich.
Thank you.
Misconception, I don't promote plastics. I don't like them, but I also believe in free choice. I don't think the town should be telling us what we can buy and what we can't buy. And not the town, but the voters in the town. And I think I request that you seriously consider putting this on the agenda and letting the town redecide it. One example happened this year. A major fire on the town of Harwich, Dennis Line. Some lines got mixed up and we contaminated the water. We could not buy a bottle of water to give to our residents in the town of Harwich. We had to send dump trucks and pickup trucks to Hyannis to buy pallets of water to supply our residents with drinking water. Just last week, I had a tree crew working at my thing. Oh, okay, what do you guys want? Oh, just get us some water. Well, I got to drive to Dennis to get water. So I think it needs to be revisited. I'd like this to see free choice in the town. That was the first part of it, and the second part is the complete ban of all plastics for takeout. I think it puts undue stress on our businesses that are struggling and have struggled after COVID, developed a whole market of takeout so they could survive and still be in business, and there's huge costs associated with. Again, I believe it's free choice. You don't want to buy plastics, don't buy them. You don't want takeout that comes with a plastic fork, don't buy it. But don't tell the restaurants that they can't do it. And part of that thing is put the control in our leaders to be our leader, town manager, to be in charge of monitoring it and making sure that people aren't selling plastic. I just think it needs to be revisited and we need to have free choice.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you being here, and this will be on the warrant. It's there. Okay, so you said, I hope you put it on.
Yeah.
It's on.
Okay.
Council's.
I hope you back it.
Yeah, well, council's opinion is the petitioner is approved as to legal form, so you're all set there. Does the board have any questions? Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks again for the
Appreciate it, of course. Let's go back to Mr. Doan.
We got it.
I guess he's got it. We lost the picture, but we gained an audio. All right, Mr. Doan, you're going to talk to us about Historic Preservation Award, please. Oh,
Got the whole 9 yards here. Thanks, Michael, for mentioning to the chair that I am sitting up here in what some people refer to as the 51st state. I'm sorry I can't be at the meeting today. I come before you as a member of your historical commission and historic district commission. We're trying our best we can to encourage people to think about preservation rather than demolition. Our powers are very limited. We can basically urge and encourage and request and require and so forth, but we have very little ability to really incentivize people to think seriously about a second step, to demolition, and that being the preservation of some of these towns' historic structures, whether they be public buildings or residences and so forth. My petition here is a non-binding resolution. I'm seeking to get the sense of the meeting, so to speak, from my days as your town moderator. I have put this resolution together to establish, and within the commission, we have discussed many ways and steps we can take to further the effort at preservation, including maybe expansions of the historic district, including things like extension of the demolition delay periods and so forth that will hopefully be coming before you, before the town in due course. This effort today is an effort to have a non-binding resolution simply to get a sense of the town's support for a program to establish what other communities on the Cape do have, a historic preservation award. This would be a plaque and maybe some other public acknowledgement of individuals. They could be property owners, they could be architects, they could be builders, contractors. But the plan would be to acknowledge the extra effort that is often required for somebody to maintain and renovate an existing building rather than simply take the easy route out. Let's just demolish it and start over with a clean slate. So the intention here is to further the cause of promoting the preservation in lieu of demolition of historic town structures with this annual award that will be given by, and the concept and the different features and considerations will be developed by the Historic District Commission. And the purpose is to give public acknowledgement and recognition of those unique individuals who've demonstrated an exceptional respect, creative use of, and continued appreciation for this community's rich past. And I'm hoping that the select board will endorse. This is a very non-controversial item, but I think it will help to both encourage our commission to pursue this and pursue it in a fine fashion, as well as to make the town citizenry alert to the importance of the preservation of historic structures. So that's the reason for this non-binding resolution effort.
Thank you, Mr. Doan. Thank you for your time. And I will let you know that this is a non-binding resolution, which you mentioned, that would endorse a Historic Preservation Award each year by the Historic District Commission, Historical Commission, and the petition is approved to form. So that's a good first step. I'll turn it over to the board. Any board members have any questions or input for Mr. Doan? No.
I think it's a great idea.
Great idea. Mr. Doan, thank you so much for being here tonight. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Chairman, no, that does it.
Great. Appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to draft 2025 annual town meeting articles. Votes may be taken. Megan, why don't you take it away?
Okay, in your packet, you have a draft list of articles for the 2025 annual town meeting. And there is a spreadsheet that lists all of the articles that the town administrator has contemplated inserting into the warrant. We have a column that's with checkbox whether they've been reviewed by council, and then one that indicates if they've been placed into the warrant by the select board. There are boilerplate articles that are, there are 6 of those. They're the standard articles of reports, defray library expenses. The select board has placed all of those articles already. And then we have the capital outlay articles that are also in your packet, 7 of those, and none of those have been placed into the warrant as of yet, so that's a discussion for this evening. And then there are community preservation articles listed. Those are not in your packet yet. We're waiting for votes by the CPC committee. And then there are the financial articles also in here. Right now, there are 17 of those, and I do believe almost all of them are in your packet for discussion for tonight. Some could be voted on to support, others you can wait till a future meeting. That's true for any of these. You're able to make any motions you'd like as far as support goes. And then there are 11 governance articles that are being contemplated. And
Megan,
then-
we have 10 here in our packet, not 11.
Oh, okay, well, the one on the website packet has 11.
Okay, thank you.
One of them is the demo delay. Did that not get on this one? Yeah.
It's
and then-
in there.
That's here.
Yeah.
Oh, you were looking at CPC, I believe, going to governance.
no, I
Oh,
see
you're
governance
right.
10.
Number 10 is missing. It goes from 1 through
Yeah,
9.
9 to 11.
And
Yeah.
then 10 is missing, and so there's only
Okay.
10. And then the 9 petitioned articles. So what we're looking for tonight is to go through the ones that are in your packet, and preferably in that order, so we can keep track of the votes to place.
And we do have the option to support.
You do have the
If there's
option to
a
support.
motion, positive motion made. Okay, excellent. So you'd like us to start with town offices and committees and choose to support that because it's been, if I'm not mistaken, it's already been placed?
It's already been placed.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept and adopt that article.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on town offices and committees? Hearing none, roll call vote. Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. Next is reports of town officers and committees.
I move that we, it's already been placed, correct?
Already been placed, already been
Move that we vote to accept and adopt that article.
Second.
moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. Next is annual allocation for local cultural council grants.
Mr. Chair, I move that we vote to accept and adopt the annual allocation for local cultural council grants.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Question.
Please?
So what I see in my packet doesn't have a dollar associated with it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that typical?
I'd have to go to our
I
ATA.
assume we'd want to see a dollar number?
You'd want to see a dollar
Yeah.
number.
Okay, I remove the motion then.
So remove a second, remove the motion.
I thought you were going to pay for it.
Megan, when I'm rolling through this, it's hard to
Sure.
see the big spreadsheet with the article, so if I'm out of order, just use this and tell me I'm out of order. Okay. Next is defray the expense of the Chase Library and the Harwich Port Library.
Same problem. No estimated cost.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move to the herring fisheries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we vote to accept and adopt the herring fisheries article.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Michael?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Pete?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, 5-0. Lease purchase agreements.
Has to be priced down.
I'm sorry?
Has to be priced down.
Yeah, it has to be priced out. So we're going to move forward skip that one. Same with capital outlay. Are we getting into
You have the chair here.
Oh.
You're able to discuss and have discussions on these. It's perfect time to answer any questions you might have
on capital outlay right now?
on any.
On any of them? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Michael?
back to the lease purchase agreements. If memory serves me correct, that doesn't have to be priced out. It just gives us the authorization to do it. I don't ever recall a number associated with that.
That is correct.
Thank you for bringing. Yep.
All right, if everybody's okay with this, then I'll make the motion that we vote to accept and adopt the lease purchase agreements article.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Adopt the capital outlay plan, and we do have a representative of capital outlay. Please, thank you. Yes, please. Hi, Martha.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. Just state your name.
Martha Donovan, East Harwich, Chair of the Capital Outlay Committee. I just want you to be aware that there are about 3 items that we haven't met and we collected on that are not, I think, finalized. One of them is 3A of the sewer. That's not on the capital plan right now. So I think if we're going to put a warrant for $32 million, we would want to have it on the capital plan as well, and it's not there. The other thing is, and I know Mark has mentioned this, there was a discussion, and you know there was a vote on our committee about the harbor and the bulkhead, and it was, I think it was 3 against or 3 subject to the engineer going out and looking at the bulkhead. Now, Mark has said, and I don't know if this is true, I think we need to figure this out, that there's discussion that the bulkhead could be, last another 10 years. So why do we have the planning of $750-odd thousand and $9 million in 2 years to do this if we could push it out, right? So I think that needs to be discussed in the capital group. And the last one is the Harwich Elementary School. We went forward with the same capital plan that they had, but then the school came back and said, no, we have bigger numbers and different plans, and those are not incorporated right now in the current capital plan. And I think we should have a discussion and maybe bring the school in to just talk about a couple of items. I know Joe had an issue with the boilers being as old as they are. That's never been discussed in our committee, and I think we need to kind of close the loop on that. If you want to put it on the warrant, I would say it's subject to hopefully some changes if we have a meeting, and I've been trying to get us a meeting, so hopefully we can make that happen.
Would the board prefer to wait until we have more information? I would suggest that's what we do.
Okay, and I'll work with Joe to get a meeting.
Hold on one second, Martha,
Just
please.
to follow up
Yeah?
to Megan in terms of timing on that and timing for the warrant and their meeting.
So we're hoping to close the warrant by the 24th.
So
You would need to meet well before that in order to get on a select board meeting afterwards. So, this board should look at that no later than the 17th, I would say. So within the next week and a half.
So I'll send Joe a note tomorrow with the proposed agenda.
Sounds good.
Can you loop me in on that as well so
Yeah.
that I can keep our board
Sure,
informed?
sure. Thank you.
You, Martha. I appreciate your
Yep.
time. All right, next would be capital outlay projects funded from various sources.
You want to make a motion on this one, Don? Well, I mean,
Are
these
you
on.
prepared?
Sorry?
This is the final recommendation?
Which one was that?
Sorry, Don, go ahead, please.
Funded by various sources.
We haven't reviewed funding, sorry.
Oh, okay. This is coming from cable and waterways.
Right.
Yeah, but it still has to be a capital
Yeah,
recommendation.
no, I get
Right,
it.
right.
We haven't reviewed funding, but we don't, get the ultimate say in funding anyway, so if you want to approve the funding, that's up to you. And I would say you could approve anything but those 3 items that we haven't really discussed.
Thank you. So, Megan, I'm going to ask, just because I'm not going to scroll up, have these already been has this capital outlay projects fund from various sources been voted to be
No,
placed?
Nothing from here on has been placed.
So this is the first one that has not been placed.
Move that we vote to place the capital outlay projects funded from various sources onto the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye. 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I move that we vote to accept and adopt the article relating to capital outlay projects funded from various sources.
No, from the, didn't we just do that one?
Nope.
No,
this
we
was various
we voted to
sources.
place it. We have
Pla-
not
we've
voted
placed,
to accept
yep.
it.
Sorry, I jumped ahead.
We now
to the
have to
next-
place as well.
Now we have to accept and adopt.
Okay, yeah, a second.
Was that a resemblance of a second over there? Moved and seconded.
As for discussion purposes.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to support tonight. I'd rather see the whole package come before us as one, as far as capital outlay.
Okay, so you're a nay?
I'm a nay. If we're going for a vote, I'm a nay.
Yep, we're at a vote. Don?
I see no harm in this because this isn't coming from the same sources.
Was that a yay?
You asking for comment or you asking for
No,
votes?
I'm asking for a vote. He voted nay.
With a comment.
Excuse me, hold on, I'm going to go to Megan.
If there's any opposition at this point, I would.
It flats, right, yeah.
We don't want to put
Okay.
a nay vote in the warrant.
Agreed, thank you. So we'll move forward on
No, you
this.
won't. Yeah, I withdraw the motion.
Yeah.
Yes, we will withdraw the second?
I withdrew.
Withdraw the motion. Okay. Capital outlay projects funded from free cash. With this, Megan, this would probably be in the same boat.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Okay,
If you wanted
but we need to
talk about
place it.
them, you do need to place it.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place capital outlay projects from free cash.
Second.
Moved and seconded, any discussion? Hearing none. Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0 to place. And we will move forward to capital outlay projects funded from the Golf Improvement Fund. We will need to place that.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place the capital outlay projects funded from Golf Improvements Fund onto the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded, any discussion? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0.
Retained earnings.
Capital outlay, yeah, we're going to punt on that. Capital outlay projects funded from water retained earnings to place.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place capital outlay projects funded from water retained earnings onto the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded, any discussion? Hearing none. Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. To place capital outlay projects funded from wastewater retained earnings.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place the capital outlay projects funded from wastewater retained earnings on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded, any discussion? Hearing none. Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. Capital
Mr.
outlay.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Mr. If I may, being that we were on water, I did get an alarming text based on the conversation and the presentation on Great Sand Lakes. And a member of the Water Commissioners wanted to make sure that we made a statement that we are having no problems with our water system and water quality whatsoever at this time. And they felt that it was important that the residents at least hear that.
Thank you very much. With our drink, you're referring to drinking water, is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct. Our wells and our drinking water, we are having absolutely no problem. As a matter of fact, we have award-winning water.
I appreciate that, thank you. Next is capital outlay projects funded from borrowing, fire department.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place capital outlay projects funded for borrowing for the fire department on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded, any discussion? All in favor, Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. Mr. Chori?
Mr. Chair, John Chory, Gorham, just a point of a question. You're approving articles to be placed on the warrant, but town council hasn't reviewed them yet. Is that okay?
I believe that is okay, yes.
Thank you.
Placeholders.
Everything's just a placeholder right now.
Okay.
Thank you for asking, though.
And they actually have been reviewed by council.
That one has,
Yes.
yes. Elected official salaries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place elected official salaries on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded, any discussion? All in favor, Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Would we also like to adopt? approve and adopt?
Unless we get a
Sure.
raise.
Nah,
No pay raise this
you're
year.
lucky we're not getting bumped.
Mr. Chair, I move that we vote to accept and adopt elected officials' salaries.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Michael, sorry?
The last time this topic came up, we did not vote this. Part of it was due to the town clerk's salary, and I'm not sure if that has been discussed, and I don't think it's appropriate right now to accept and adopt unless that has been discussed.
I don't believe it has been discussed.
It would only be discussed here.
Right. So it has not been discussed, so we will just place this article and move on to the next. Thank you for bringing that up, Michael.
Remove the
Unless-
motion.
But, yeah, we need to remove the motion, remove the, seconds removed, and you removed your motion? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, is the
Please.
discussion on accuracy?
I think we'd have to ask Mr. McCaskill on that.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure, Don.
Regardless of what the article says, the governing part of this is the motion that's made. I mean, we could get to the point of saying that we move to accept and adopt, provided that we amend whatever, and that would be the motion. It's up to us what we want to do, but I'm just saying that it's governed by the motion, not by the article.
And I'll agree with that, and I'm sure you want an answer to your question, so,
Curious as to.
yeah.
my-
Michael, could you speak to Mr. Pekarsky's question? As to, is it to accuracy?
No, the only thing I have on this, Pete, is the last time we discussed this, the town administrator recommended that we do not go forward with this at this point until we have that conversation.
Already removed the motion,
Yeah,
so it's okay.
I'm fine waiting.
And I'm fine waiting, I just definitely, as Megan put it, I don't want a no vote out there. So let's just move forward, and we'll make a note to bring that back. But we did place.
You did place.
Thank you so much. Monomoy Regional School District budget.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place the Monomoy Regional School District budget on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor to place?
Aye.
Pete, Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Personally, I would like to see us wait
Yeah,
on
I'm
this
not
one
making
because
any
we're going to
motion.
get another number here. Cape Cod Regional Technical School District budget assessment.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place the Cape Cod Regional Technical School District budget assessment on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. Next is Fund Cape Cod Community Media Center.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place the article Fund Cape Cod Community Media Center on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. Would we like to support and adopt? I would entertain a
here?
motion. Yep.
I'll make it. Do you want me to make it?
Is this a real estimate from Jamie, or is this?
That is a real number.
Okay, then I move that we accept and adopt the Fund Cape Cod Community Media Center.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. Next is transfer from Special Purpose Stabilization Fund for wastewater to the general fund.
This one does not have a number, but you do.
We can place.
All right. I move that we place transfer from Special Purpose Stabilization Fund for wastewater to the general fund article on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Mr. Chair,
Michael? You want to go
before
back?
you go to,
Yep.
before you go to a vote, I apologize, my finger got stuck on the microphone here. there's no explanation as to why we're placing it. So though I agree, and it's a customary article, I believe, for the past 2 or 3 years, but there really is no explanation on there as to why we're transferring it. Shouldn't we wait for that before we decide to put it on the warrant?
Mr. Chair, this only gives us authority to do something. It doesn't mandate anything.
Yeah, Michael, I'd be happy to just leave it as a placeholder and revisit.
I'm okay with a placeholder.
Okay. So now we're to you for a,
Aye.
thank you, and I'm an aye, 5-0.
You're able to withdraw these later. if
That's
you
right.
Vote to take them off.
Thank you. Next is transfer from the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund for Affordable Housing to the general fund.
Mr. Chair, I move that we place the transfer from Special Purpose Stabilization Fund for Affordable Housing to the general fund onto the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I'll just kind of tell you that I am completely lost with this one. I'll place it, but there's got to be a whole hell of a lot more information coming my way.
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be.
So discussion over, moved and seconded. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
In the spirit of what Pete says, I'm an aye.
I'm an aye as well, 5-0. Great Sand Lakes wastewater construction.
Well, this is the necessary follow-on here. So I move that we place Great Sand Lakes wastewater construction on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Michael?
just for the record, I will be a no vote on this tonight. Having just agreed that we're going to bring back an agenda topic to have a conversation on this, and given the amount of projects that we've already voted, whether we can take it off or not, this is a big project for the town of Harwich, and we just agreed earlier to have a agenda item on it, and I feel that should happen before we vote to put it on anything.
Thank you, Michael. At this point, I'd listen to the board members and any other discussion, or we can remove the second, remove the, Pete?
I echo Michael's sentiment. I'm not ready to support this tonight.
Not ready to support the place.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, there you got it then. We're in a fundamentally different position here, because I think as a matter of good faith, we should be placing this. And if we don't place it, then I get the discussion's going to be a follow-on, but there's got to be some demonstration of good faith. So I'm not withdrawing the motion up.
Okay.
It may not pass, but I'll just put it out there.
Yeah, I believe.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please. Sorry, Michael.
If I may, and I want to make it clear for the record, I'm by no means saying that I am not supporting it, but given the magnitude of the project, acting in good faith with no information is not acting in good faith.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and we've had discussion. We'll do a roll call. All in favor? Pete?
No.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
No.
And I'm a no. So 2-3. Next is to adopt the local comprehensive plan. To place.
Can I just ask a question? on
Yeah,
this?
absolutely, please.
We were first going to bring the HPP back, weren't we? Before, right? So, I mean, not that we shouldn't place it, so, but I'm just, as a reminder, we were bringing that back.
Yeah, Julie, the HPP will be back, I believe, next Monday, as I've spoken to two of the committee members today
Okay.
and last week. They are working on their revision. Hopeful that on Monday night next week, we can round the turn with that and move forward with that. I think, Don, did you have saw your hand go.
Yeah, it was about the comprehensive plan.
Do you want to speak to that now?
I would.
Please.
What are we placing? I mean, there's no plan there. I mean, it kind of feels like Washington. After you vote for it, we'll tell you what it is. I'm fully supportful of having a fall town meeting over this subject, and it deserves that kind of scrutiny. But even if this were a zoning bylaw by itself, never mind a roadmap for the next 10 years that gets used by the Cape Cod Commission and any regional development or regional impact, there are implications to this plan. And I just met with the town planner today. There's not a finished plan. And we're exactly 30 days away from printing it on a warrant. I think it would be foolhardy, and it would be diminishing the importance of the actual plan itself to put it on as we're still making changes to it. It really deserves, I was at 2 meetings this past Saturday, and I think one person was at one of those meetings, and no one has read the whole plan as far as I can determine. Would that be correct? Just with a nod of your head. I just feel it's too important to rush to put it there, and I will not vote to place it on this warrant.
We haven't had a motion yet.
I know, but I'm telling you, if
Understood.
there is a motion, I will not support it.
Understood.
Mr. Chair,
Please, Michael?
I agree with about 50% of what Select Board Member Howell said. If it was finished, I would certainly make the motion to vote to place, but it's not finished yet. As soon as it's finished, and I know that they're getting close to their edits, I certainly would make a motion to support it. And I do hope that we get there. I look forward to some debate on that and the merits of Select Board Member Howell's comments. I would only say that we hand-selected 12 people to serve on a committee that have been working on this for more than 2 years, a consultant of over 240,000, or maybe just shy of that at this point. And many people have reviewed this document. Sure, there's some tweaks, but the bulk of this has been talked about and debated in meetings for the last month and a half anyway. And then that group has done a tremendous job with public outreach. So at this point, I would be a no, only because it's not finished. But as soon as it's finished, I would certainly support it.
Thank you, Michael. Anything else from the board? And I'll sorry.
Just put it back, I mean, that's why I was asking about the HPP, because that's part of the LCP, so let's have that conversation and then place it.
Well, as the liaison to the local planning committee, I'm working daily with them to move this along. So we'll pass on that. We're going to talk about adopting Mass General Law, Chapter 59, 50 Affordable Housing Property Tax Exemption.
No, I'll make a motion. Move that we place the Chapter 59, Section 50 Affordable Housing Property Tax Exemption on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Hearing none. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. That was to place. Do we want to take it one step further? Accept and adopt?
I'll make a motion. I just don't want no's. Okay. I'll make a motion that we adopt, sorry, I gotta go back. MGL Chapter 59, Section 50 Affordable Housing Property Tax Exemption.
Accept and adopt?
Accept and adopt.
Accept and
excuse
adopt.
me.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. Accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 40U.
Might I just ask the chair for an explanation about what this is changing from?
I'm going to move to the ATA for an opinion.
Sure. Currently, we don't have a municipal hearing officer, and we issue parking tickets and other sort of violations under Chapter 40. And right now, we don't have a hearing officer, so it makes it the responsibility of the town administrator in connection with the treasurer collector having a hearing officer role, which can be filled by current staff. It would be an appointment. You would have a smoother transition or smoother process for issuing non-criminal violations.
And I might add to that, that heretofore, it was dumped onto the clerk's office. This is kind of a hot potato thing. So with that, I move that we place accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 40U.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Pete?
So I'm okay with placing it, but I'm probably not going to vote to support adopting it tonight. I'd like to hear more on the thought process as how that would play out, who would be some potential individuals and whatnot, so.
Gets the short straw?
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to place. Any other discussion? All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. 5-0 to place. Moving on to South Street, Main Street, and Sisson Road, Safe Routes to School Project. And we're looking to place.
I could mention something.
Absolutely, Don, of course.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Please.
I think, if memory serves, I think Michael and Julie were on the board when this subject first came up. It was a grant. And at that point in time, I was kind of concerned about it taking on a life of its own. And I'm still kind of there, because if you're talking about eminent domain or other things, I'd like to know more about what the plan says, because there's some real impediments on that route that physically would actually require buildings to be moved back if we were strict about what the state wants to be doing there. So I'd like to hear more.
Hear more, see a plan?
Yeah, I would like to see a plan there.
And potential cost estimates?
Yep.
So no motion to place. Okay. Annual departmental revolving funds authorization.
Mr. Chair,
Michael?
prior to moving on to that, would your intention be to get Lincoln Hooper and anyone else involved before us soon so that we can look at a plan? I do know that this has been talked about, and Don, I was on the board when we got presented this. This has been talked about for years. So moving this forward, I know is the ultimate goal here, but seeing plans and to Pete's point, cost estimates, can we anticipate that in the next 2 weeks?
I am on it first thing tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Annual departmental revolving funds authorization.
You're looking at the wrong guy.
Don, can I get a motion?
When hell freezes over.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, great.
I move that we place the annual department revolving funds authorized in the article, which is to be numbered. Is that adequate, Megan?
To be numbered?
Yeah, well, it doesn't
Yeah,
have.
none of them have numbers
Yeah, none
yet.
of them, I'm just saying.
So we have a motion.
Second for discussion?
We have a second for discussion. Any discussion?
Similar to my last comment, I'm fine placing this, but I'm not prepared to support this tonight.
I'm just,
I'm not supporting it tonight either, so
just the placement.
we can place.
I'd like to say something.
All you got to do is raise your hand. There we go.
Just to reiterate for those who haven't been paying attention over the last 5, 6, 7 years, I'm inalterably opposed to this. It has been a creep, both as to the numbers of and the amount of revolving funds, and anything that we have certainty on really should be as part of the budget in my thinking, especially for things like recreation. $175,000 for unanticipated equipment and uniforms is kind of absurd. For the most part, we know what we're going to be doing. This was always supposed to be a mechanism to augment unanticipated needs that weren't funded through the general budget. And again, I think we're just kind of slowly creeping into a very large revolving fund government.
Any other discussion?
I'll just state
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Oh, go ahead,
Oh.
Mr. McCaskill.
Michael, please.
Sorry about that, Pete. Like mentioned earlier, this is only, and Don, I hear you, and I know for years we've tried to have a mechanism. We did finally get an audit, but we've had tried to have a mechanism with yourself and Dana DaCosta from the Finance Committee to come back with suggestions on this. But to this exercise, which is only to place, I can't imagine that we're at any place at all right now where some of these departments couldn't operate with some number on a revolving fund. So I support the putting it on the warrant and knowing that we're going to need something, and then hopefully some work gets done between here and town meeting to possibly change the amounts.
Thank you, Michael. Pete?
I was going to say something very similar to that, and the only thing I would add on to Michael's comments is that, similar to Don, I would like to see us in the future potentially see some of these go away, if possible. But again, further discussion on the road, it won't change it for this town meeting, but discussions I'd like to have in the future.
So we have a motion, I'm sorry,
Just a question.
please.
What type of information would you need in your packets or information in order for you to make these decisions? So we're not coming back and wanting more information next time.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. I'd love to see, and I know there was some audits done, but a snapshot of what's been spent in these accounts over the past, 2 fiscal years or 3 fiscal years, whatever's readily available.
And specifically for what?
And if I may, Megan, have any of these revolving funds ever operated in the red?
No, not that I'm aware of. No, that would be against all finance
Right,
laws.
right.
We don't pay bills we don't have money for.
Right,
Right.
right. Don?
As long as we're layering tasks upon you, I would also like to know the commencement of each of these, how long they've been in existence and where they started.
I got one more.
Pete, please.
One more ask.
Absolutely.
The sources of the funds.
Sources, okay.
Yep.
Sources and uses of each fund. Sure,
Thank you.
get it.
Michael, you have anything to add?
I have nothing, and I think it would be a monumental task to get there for this year.
Yeah.
And to the point of the audit, we have successfully been through that. I know Select Board Member Howell had given some thanks to some of the work that had been done. I think maybe a policy of the board coming up that we really review these things, but again, looking at these departments, some of these departments, not sure that they could operate starting at the new fiscal year without this revolving fund. So whatever we can get, I guess, certainly support what the board members have asked for, but we should have been talking about this a long time ago.
Thank you, Michael.
Do we
So
have a second?
I think we have a motion and a second. We've
To place.
Discussion is all set. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Abstain.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye. 4-0-1. Amend general bylaw, chapter 131, relative to demolition delay. Someone to make a motion to place.
I make do you want me? I'll make it. Sure. I move that we amend general bylaw, chapter 131, relative to demolition delay.
Moved
Second.
and seconded. Any discussion? Don?
I'd like to know what the implications are in this and what the motivation would be, because I don't see that tacking 6 months on without any change in the destination point does anything other than just add 6 months.
I think it makes applicants, think further about what they're gonna do in terms of a 12-month is quicker process. I mean, I think that's the intention. I'm not saying I know specifically.
Just to be clear, I'm not only not against that whole thought, but if there was some sort of explanation or request or ask of some sort that said that at the request of the Historic District, Historic Commission, that if they're not satisfied with the original engineering report, that they'd insist upon another one being done by an engineer of their choice and it be funded by the applicant, I'd be okay with that. But this doesn't do anything other than add 6 more months of impending doom.
Well, they're saying the opportunity to develop alternatives to demolition. The hope is that they will take a longer period, they will look at it, maybe redesign and come back instead of demoing. That's what the.
Who is the liaison to this?
Historic?
Historic.
Let me look it up.
I hope it's not me.
It's probably me now that I said
Probably you. It's Jeff, you are.
I was like, I can't believe I did that.
Mr. Chair, I'd say regardless, we could ask
we can
town
place.
staff to reach out.
Sure.
And inquire.
I mean, we can place it.
We can
It's
place
just a
it.
Placeholder.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Michael?
I do agree with Select Board Member Howell. I think right now all this really does is put an extra long undue hardship on an applicant on a project that's, on some projects at least, that are very obvious of what needs to happen. So we're going to add 6 months to a year. And to Don's points, it doesn't really mean anything. And our historic district commission, they only have so much teeth. They have to operate within inside of the law. And right now, it doesn't matter. It only adds a hardship. And I hear Select Board Member Kavanaugh's points about gives them extra time to decide. Most people have already decided before they bought the house.
No, I'm just reading from the article. It says,
No, I'm saying I agree with you. I'm not fighting you. I'm just saying that I think 12 months right now with the teeth that they have is more than adequate. My opinion.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Discussion has been had to place. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
No.
Julie?
aye.
Michael?
I'm a no.
And I'm a no. So the math on that is
2-3.
2-3. Thank you, just to make sure. Okay.
And did
Yes.
you want this to come back for further discussion, or once you
It
you
can.
voted to not place
We
it?
voted to not place.
But anyone in the prevailing majority can ask for reconsideration, so certainly could.
I mean, they could come in front of us to say.
Yeah, I would encourage it.
Sure. A little more information might change some minds. Okay. Megan, thank you for walking us through that. Now we're going to move to annual town meeting, letter C. I'm going to take this out of order for, I think, what's obvious reasons. So we will have Mr. Sanborn of Cape Cod Technical High School up first.
You all have my presentation in the line item budget?
Yes,
You do?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Oh.
Do you want to sit or you want to stand?
I'm fine here.
Okay, great.
Fine here. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Let's see. So, first of all, whoever put me up first, thank you. Appreciate that. Dr. Carpenter, that was you. I really appreciate it. You've done that in the past.
He texted me before we both showed up and said, please put him first.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. All right, so the work of my finance subcommittee, that Tony Tullio, Norm Michaud, and Steph Colazzi, this work starts with my business administrator, Aaron Orcutt, in April with the departments and staff at the school. And then we present our original budget to this group, and we work collaboratively, and we came to a conclusion in January. Presented the budget to the school committee in January, and then we'll have a public hearing in February, and and then the assessments will be put out after that. So that's where we are in the budget process at Cape Cod Tech. Enrollment-wise, the Harwich is down 4 kids. Our overall enrollment is up 19. So both the debt assessment and the operating assessment are heavily influenced by enrollment. So you'll see that reflected in the assessments at the end. This is just a pie chart of our enrollment. Barnstable is 28.5% of our overall enrollment, and followed by Yarmouth. And you can see that Harwich is about 10.5% of our overall enrollment. A history of enrollment at the school is that, keeping in mind the new school was built for 650 students, we're at 681 right now. And we have over 100 student waiting list to get into the school. But you'll see from 21 through 26, we've increased significantly. And I do see that happening again next year.
May I stop you real quick?
Certainly.
Would you prefer that we wait till the end, or should we jump in if we have questions?
You can jump right in.
All right, excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you have a question? Or?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was it.
That's my favorite question right there.
That was the first question.
So Harwich, you see that they're up to 72 students. Kind of almost a high water mark. Last year was the high water mark for Harwich. So getting to the budget I'm presenting this evening, it's a 5.68% budget, and I'll go into the big drivers of that. As you can see, historically, we've been very south of that number. The last couple of years have been challenging. This one, the most challenging in my 15 years as superintendent. It's a $993,000 increase over the FY25 budget. So where does the money come from? It comes mostly from the 12 towns, from Provincetown to Mashpee, in the form of assessments. And for this budget, those assessments would total $13,918,000. State aid is comprised of two sources: Chapter 70, which is state aid, and then transportation reimbursement, which is Chapter 71, and we're estimating that to be $4.2 million. And then local revenue, you'll see, has decreased significantly, and that's primarily because we're not in a position to devote as much excess and deficiency funds, and that's why it's down considerably. You can see our history of operating is on the left-hand side, and all the way those three other sources that I talked about. This is a history of that. Quite often, we've given money back in several years. The town administrator and assistant can confirm that. I think it was in 23 and 24, but don't quote me on that, where we had money, interest money from the MSBA project. We returned that to the towns. And we had additional state aid that allowed us to give back assessment money, defray assessments, I should say. However, local revenue, you see, we devoted $815,000. Most of that was excess and deficiency. But I think it was $750,000 we devoted from excess and deficiency. We need to slow down. And so we've backed off considerably to $150,000 this year, and that's why that big decrease. I'm looking right from 25 to 26 in the far right column. That's the big decrease in local revenue.
If I can jump in on that point,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Please.
So along those lines, because obviously that number stood out, right?
Yep.
Last year was 815, this year's 270. Clearly, you know, the line item is decreasing, obviously, on your end, so therefore you want to decrease it. But how did it go from 665 in 24 to 815 and now all the way down to 270?
I'd have to say I regret some of those sizable increases in the last 3 years.
Okay.
One thing was we were mindful of the debt of the building and trying to defray operating assessments during those years. We didn't always have the necessary information on our overall audited E&D balance at the time. So we're now forced to really bring it down significantly. We can have up to $1.2 million in our excess and deficiency, and we've always been at that, very close to the 5% cap, but we're now significantly below that. We're at about $533,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need to build that up.
And so the intent, the prior years was simply to reduce the all the community's assessments.
Right, yeah, like in all those years, the budget increase was X, and the assessment increases were significantly lower. It's an exact reversal this particular year.
All right, thank you.
Yep. This is just a chart of the same information. Operating budget going up significantly in the last 2 years, as I showed, and you also see that local revenue that we just discussed decreasing in the purple. So what is the money used for? 35% of this budget, of the overall budget, is devoted to the second most important people in our school, our academic and technical teachers, followed by benefits. And I'll have a slide later, but you all know that salaries and benefits are a considerable part of this budget, and I'll show that in a later slide. But there's salaries also interspersed in the leadership lines and in guidance and so forth throughout the budget. This is a table just depicting the same information, maybe a little clearer to see in this format, for an overall budget of $18,467,000. So now, as we look at we start to fold things together a little bit, you'll see that salaries are actually a little bit less of the overall budget than they were last year. Benefits are less. That does not mean benefits went down 1.3%. What that means is we've made another financial decision this year to decrease the amount we're putting towards OPEB. And I'll get into that more. We felt we could do it, and I'll explain why in a minute. But so that decrease is all about that shift in OPEB. And when you look in the insurances section in the line item budget, you'll see a $300,000 number. It's going down to 90. Okay, on my slide, by the way, it'll be inaccurate at 75, but it is 90 in the line item budget. Materials and services are skyrocketing between materials and supplies for our technical programs, and then service contracts that have come due after warranties on the new building have faded away. And so material and services are really driving a portion of this increase in particular. Transportation. We've just signed a new 5-year contract with Cape Destinations through a competitive bidding process, but this is a 19% increase in 1 year. This will not go up again for the next 4. It's a fixed cost for the next 4 years after this, but we're absorbing the entire amount up front, another driver of this particular budget. Utilities and heating is up very, very minimally, but building insurances are also going up drastically. I think we're probably just noticing the things that are happening at our homes that are happening at schools too, and that's primarily property and liability coverage.
Bob, can I ask you a question now? Now I have a question.
Yes.
With respect to materials and services.
Yeah.
So if I'm not way off base, but you're essentially running 2 different high schools.
Correct.
You're running a traditional high school and you're running a whole different kind of high school.
Yeah.
Would the technical side be where the materials and services fall mostly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
especially the increases.
The increases?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And this really just shows those areas that I just described, that materials and services, there's that 19% increase. You won't see that for the next 4 years, which is nice, but we absorb it in 1 year. And then you see the insurance ups considerably as well that I talked about. We did decrease our contribution to capital by about 4.5%.
Can I interrupt you on?
Sure.
Back to the insurance piece. And I've gone through this a couple times. I'm struggling to realize the 35.8% increase.
Yeah, so twofold. It's not really just a 1-year increase. We had a pretty sizable increase. We were under budgeted last year, in this current year, I should say, so that it's kind of a double whammy for the 26 year.
So how much of, roughly, how much of it do you think is?
I would say it was about 17, 18%.
For this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then salaries and benefits, overall 78.4% of the entire budget, and then followed by materials and services. We've already talked about that. We're just kind of folding categories more together here to give you a sense of the budget in total. I'm going to stop there because that's the budget, and I'm going to go on to debt in a minute for the next slide. So is there any other questions on the budget itself?
Any board members? No? Thank you. No?
Okay.
Proceed. Thank you.
So this is the capital debt. Believe it or not, we're in year 7 of paying for that school. It's a 20-year debt. I can't believe it either. And you'll see it's a declining debt schedule, so it will get less and less. Obviously, enrollment has an impact. This is totally based on enrollment. So it's the enrollment on October 1 of 2024, last October. So if I go to the next slide. You'll see what Harwich's portion of that is. It's $587,691 for the total of $5.5 million for the debt. And then our operating assessment for the town of Harwich, it's $1,528,927 to fund the budget I'm presenting this evening. Actually, that is not correct. I apologize. You see the balance down there at 909? That's incorrect. The Harwich portion is $1,529,907. So I'm off by 20 bucks, I think. So I just saved you $20. So that's the operating assessment. And then this is just those two combined for a total assessment for operating and capital of $2 million. Let me make sure that's not right. That's going to be off by the 20 bucks again. So total for Harwich is $2,117,598. And OPEB, just a final note on OPEB. Other post-employment benefits, our finance subcommittee came up with a pretty aggressive plan that was increasing up to that $300,000 I talked about. And our plan was to keep it at $300,000 until we fully funded the liability for other post-employment benefits. For those in the audience, it's health insurance and dental insurance for our retirees primarily. But we're way ahead of schedule. We're about 2 years ahead of our schedule that we put together. We're in the Plymouth County OPEB Trust. We've had very good returns in that trust over several years. You see the balance, and we're covering about 18% of the liability. We hope to sunset this liability, I believe, in 2039, but it also, part of the plan incorporates the Barnstable County assessment, which is supposed to sunset, and then we would devote those monies when that happens to put it towards this and increase it even more. However, in this year, as I said, we made some decisions that it was just too high of a budget, and that we went to OPEB to bring down the overall impact of the budget in this fiscal year. We're going to hope to ramp it back up to that $300,000 as quickly as we can over probably 2 or 3 cycles, but we just couldn't do it in this cycle. So we're devoting 90, it says 75, but 90,000 is the line item number for this year. So that is the end of my prepared remarks.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Very detailed, very clean and clear, and you certainly can speak to it like you've done this before, so appreciate it. I'll go to the board. Does the board have any questions or thoughts?
I have a few, Mr. Chair, if nobody else
Please,
wants to
Pete.
jump in.
Of course.
First of all, I'll say on the debt schedule, thank you very much. Beautiful. I'd love to see it laid out like that, simple, clean, so I appreciate that.
And if I could say, thank the taxpayers once again for approving that.
Sure,
Back in
absolutely.
2017.
And you knocked off most of my questions, which I appreciate. On the line item budget, I'm curious, did you folks do an assessment of salaries, specifically administrative salaries?
An assessment. During collective bargaining, we do, if that's what you mean. So we're looking at what other people are paying. We have 4 unions at our school, and then we have our non-union, which the administrators are part of non-union. So we all talk and we all share what we do. Even though we're competitive with each other, we're also collaborative. So yeah, we do.
And the reason I ask is because, and unless my math is off on some of them, it looked like there's some positions that are getting somewhere maybe between a 7 or a 10% increase year over year. Is that an accurate statement by me?
Well, the overall salaries are only up 5.5, so I don't know. There's a teacher, if they're going up a step and a level, getting a COLA and a step, that can be in the 5 to 7% range, definitely.
Yeah.
You talking administrator or?
It looks like some administrative positions to me. And again, I don't want to start, pulling people's names out of.
No, that is not accurate. It's the COLAs for administrators was 2.5, 3.25, 3.25. So
Is there any longevity or anything built into there?
there's longevity is a separate line item up above.
So it's all included in there, it's not included in the line
Correct,
item
correct.
of their salary?
Correct.
All right. I'll do some additional homework on it.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Any other board members?
I just have one.
Yeah, Julie. Thank you.
So what is driving, because I know Monomoy's going through it too, the transportation? I know you said it's a new contract, but, you know, the increase, is it fuel? What is it?
Well, we are, our bidder, Cape Destinations, got a grant for electric buses, so this could have been worse. So we entertained that. We did debate it, you know, because it's a newer technology, right? We do have diesel backups in this contract in the first year and a half, like full backups, like 11, we have 11 buses, so 11 diesel, 11 electric. So it would have been a higher increase if we went full diesel. Yeah. And for me, we do it every year. We've always done a fixed rate, and we've always absorbed it. So we haven't had an increase in 5 years, so.
Yeah, so it's not so bad.
It's one whammy, and then you're done.
Okay, thank you. That's
welcome.
really the only question I had.
Michael?
I have no questions. Bob, thank you for the budget presentation. You always nail it.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, the only question I have, I believe you touched on it and I missed it. Your OPEB, that's with the Plymouth County OPEB Trust.
Correct.
That's an interest-bearing,
It's actually invested.
so I'm sorry, it's invested.
Yes.
Do you roll that back into the full number? Do you distribute that through,
That money sits there.
it just sits there? It just
Sits
gets
there.
reinvested?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can, and we have had a discussion about this, of defraying retirees. We can access the money if we need
I see.
to pay for retirees' health insurance. We didn't think that was wise, so we just lowered our contribution.
I get it now. Thank you very much. Anything else from the board? Don?
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Michael said. I really appreciate it. It was straightforward and it's well put together.
Thank you, Don. And Peter, I'm sorry, Mr. Pekarsky, if you have any.
It's good with me.
Okay, those questions, feel free to contact me.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I think we're all set.
Thank
All
you
right,
very
thank you.
much.
Thank you so much for your time. Okay, Monomoy Regional School District. Whole new thing. I got you. Hi, Scott.
How are you?
Hey, thank you for being here. Good evening.
So, Michael sends his regards, but he had a death in family and he literally, I think, just landed a few minutes ago in Logan, so I've said at this rate, maybe if he drives quickly, he can get here in time, but Bob didn't go as long as I was hoping he would. So anyway, I have with me Dr. Millen, who is our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. And I'm Scott Carpenter, the Superintendent of Monomoy, and will provide you the budget presentation. So I think a lot of the themes that you heard in Bob's presentation, you'll hear from ours. It's this is a challenging budget, maybe more challenging than some in the past. I think conceptually from a 300,000 foot view of the budget, we are seeing a gradual reduction, just as we have for the last decade, gradual reduction in number of students, but the needs of the students continues to increase. So we see more academic interventions that we need to provide for students, more social emotional support, and more supports when it comes to really intensive needs special education. We've got financial pressures that we talked about at our last time we were providing a budget presentation, where we are in the second year of our teachers' contract. We are trying to make sure that our teachers can afford to live and work here on Cape Cod, and so in this, in this budget is, our commitment to them, to have them be able to, to be living here and working in our communities. And that, goes not just for our teachers, but for all the support staff that we have, supporting the great education that goes on in the schools. The draft budget, it's just under a $50 million budget. It comes to a increase of 1.6 million, which is a 5.4% increase for Harwich, and a $908,000 increase for Chatham, which is about an 8.8% increase for Chatham. So the overall budget is a 6.86% increase the budget, which is 3.2 million over the prior fiscal year. As I've mentioned, this is a larger increase than we've seen in recent years. So since 2013, the budget increases have averaged around 3.5%, and since 2016, roughly 3.2%. In terms of what's behind the funding of the budget, we see state and other revenues going up by about 7%. Our regional transportation's increased quite a bit in terms of the support we're getting from the state towards that. So that's an increase of just about almost 30%. We're putting in an additional 25% of excess and deficiency behind this budget. A lot of the reason for that is when we initially went, I think one of the great things that we do is we sit down regularly with town managers and finance directors in both towns. And when we were forecasting where we thought the budget might be landing a couple months ago, it was looking like things were going to land a little bit better than they were. And then we had some really expensive out-of-district tuitions that were coming in that were going the opposite direction. We did see a break with health insurance, but we wanted to try to make that number that we were initially having the conversation come in close to where where those initial conversations were. So we chose to go and use more of the excess and deficiency to go and have that, have what we were initially having those conversations at, because we want to have, we want to be good partners in this. And if we're planning on the school side and the towns are planning on the town side, try to have that number be fairly consistent as we roll through the budget season, and again use some of those reserves like excess and deficiency to help stabilize some shifts that happen as the budget season takes place. So I've already talked about the increases for the assessment in Harwich. In terms of just the overall funding of the budget, regional school district budgets here on the Cape are largely funded from the assessments of our two towns. The other biggest chunk there is the state aid. We also see a relatively small sliver when it comes to regional transportation support. And then again, there's that, support that we're seeing from the use of excess and deficiency to help offset this budget. This chart here really looks at how the assessments have increased since 2013. The next page really focuses in on the assessment increases in the last 6 budget seasons, where we saw the assessments slowly tick up in the last couple of years since COVID. And again, we're seeing that total, the assessments are following the total budget increase in this slide. As I mentioned, we're using more excess and deficiency for this budget. Our excess and deficiency would be similar to a town's free cash. So we have this as a reserve that we can help smooth out budgets year to year, and we don't have our auditors still doing the calculation of what excess and deficiency should be for the present, for this year. But we anticipate it's going to be around $2.5 million. So we feel safe that we can use $1 million of that to go help offset this budget and not put us in a situation that we have some fiscal cliff looming out there. By law, regional school districts can only have their excess and deficiency get up to 5% of their total budget. So our excess and deficiency is sitting right above that 5% level. So by law, we would have to give back, some, and again, we're giving back significantly more at that 1 million mark. This slide here, we just have as a reminder of where we were before the shift to the regional agreement. Several years ago, I went to the school committee and just said, look, from my calculations, I really think that having a very small elementary school in Chatham and the way the regional agreement was set up, it's creating a situation where Harwich will begin to pay more and more to really essentially carry the cost of a small elementary school. At the moment, Chatham Elementary is just under 150 students, whereas Harwich Elementary School is around 450 students. And at the time, I think when I first was running the numbers, it looked like it was going to be about 600,000, but I was projecting out. I said that in a short period of time, it should be well over $1 million. Well, for this budget cycle alone, we're at over $1.3 million. So, so this is supporting, the shift in the regional agreement is really helping the town of Harwich by that $1.3 million compared to if we kept the regional agreement the way it was in the past. One of the drivers behind the budget and the assessments is the first part of calculating the assessment is what's the state's minimum required contribution that each town has. And behind that minimum required contribution, it looks at the foundation enrollment. What are the number of students in each town that are going to a publicly funded school other than charter schools or Cape Tech. So if they're at Monomoy or if they're at some other K-12 school district. Thematically, what we've seen is that the rate over the last several years, that Chatham's rate is actually going down faster than Harwich's, which has driven in many budget cycles, and we've seen Harwich's assessment be higher than what Chatham's assessment increase was. If you look, it's hard to see, but if you zoom in and look at the line, the change in foundation enrollment from Harwich between FY25 and FY26, you'll see that it minusculely goes down and that Chatham's minusculely goes up. And that shift in and of itself creates a situation where Chatham's minimum required contribution is greater in this budget cycle than Harwich's minimum required contribution on a relative scale. So so when you at the beginning of the presentation we talked about Chatham's increase behind this budget is much higher than Harwich's percent increase on the assessment. What's driving that is a shift of just 9 students. So a 9-student shift from Harwich to Chatham in that minimum required contribution can have a pretty big tangible shift. So again, in a small regional school district, it doesn't take too many students shift in minimum required contribution or in that foundation enrollment to shift that minimum required contribution.
Scott, let me ask you a quick question, if I might interject here. You used the word rate a couple minutes ago. Are you using that interchangeable with what we would consider to be the minimum local contribution?
So I think when I was using rate, I was looking sort of rate of change over time.
Okay. So when you said Harwich's rate, you're talking about rate of change over time.
I don't know which. That's a way of looking at rate. I'd have to play the tape
Okay,
back to see
no,
how you use rate.
It's the rate of change.
Rate of
Yeah.
change. Okay, so let me just, the minimum local contribution, at least in my mind, is what the state says it should cost the regional school system to provide an quality educational system to the kids. Is that fair?
So it's a value that the state calculates and says, yes, Town of Harwich, this is how much you'll have to pay first. And Town of Chatham, this is how much you'll have to pay first. So before
Sure.
we calculate the assessments, the minimum required contribution, which is a factor that's driven by foundation enrollment, but there's also factors behind that number that looks at wealth.
Yeah, fair enough.
Wealth and ability of two towns.
Sure.
So oftentimes it could look at Chatham and Harwich to be almost the same, even though we can all acknowledge that there's a greater capacity, and Charles oftentimes talks about greater capacity across the town line. The state, however, caps what that capacity is. So so you hit a certain level, and the state says, okay, we have a commitment as a state that will provide X amount of funding towards education per child, and that the town should backfill that. But you'll find towns that have less means have significantly less that the minimum required contribution is, because it's offset on the other side by state funding.
So if I'm just trying to really wrap my head around this piece. I see the state has given Harwich, I'm going to ask if this is close to accurate, about a $17,577,313 minimum local contribution. Are we close?
So it's just shy of the 16.5 million.
Okay,
Is what Harwich is, what they're saying that Harwich's minimum required contribution is, and Chatham's minimum required contribution is just over the 4.5 in this chart.
Okay, so that leaves roughly 13 million-ish. Harwich is above the minimum local contribution. We're subsidizing or adding about $13 million more above what the state says we should be able to provide a quality educational service for our kids. And Chatham's around 4.5, maybe 5 million above their state minimum contribution.
I think the way you would back into that is we'd go back to the assessment number.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did.
On page 5, so for Harwich, it's roughly, in this case, roughly half of that, of Harwich's costs are first coming from that minimum required contribution. And the same with Chatham, is roughly half of theirs is coming from that minimum required contribution.
So the formula tends to not really.
It's enrollment driven.
Yeah,
And again, it does not, there are issues I have with the way the Chapter 70 formula drives this, but the Chapter 70 formula really doesn't differentiate much between Harwich and Chatham, other than how many children do you have that are attending the school district.
And I'll just make it clear, and then I'll go to Select Board Member Howell. I am absolutely in favor of providing and working as hard as we possibly can to provide the best educational opportunity for our kids, while, as you so eloquently put it, we have to take care of our teachers as well. Without them, there's not much value to the school system. However, as I just keep drilling down into these numbers, they just keep getting more and more concerning to me. So I'll leave it at that. Don, you were?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I was heading in that direction. I mean, as a summary comment, there's a vast difference between capacity and contribution, because the formula is kind of fixed. Now, we changed what was in that formula to the extent that the elementary schools were split off as an obligation. So this should not be an academic endeavor entirely, no pun intended, to be able to extrapolate the current enrollment trends of the Chatham Elementary School against the current trends for the Harwich Elementary School, and then move forward into what that looks like over 5 or 10 years in terms of what our contribution has to be versus theirs, because it's driven by student enrollment. And you're not guessing anymore. You have, unless people move into the district, you have people that are moving up into the fifth grade that we all respectively get our pro rata obligation to pay for.
Right. One of the last slides in this deck extrapolates out 5 years with the warning that once you extrapolate out beyond 5 years, you're talking about kids that haven't even been born heading into the elementary school. You know, so
Okay.
it's, you know,
Well, the reason I brought that up is because it's a known quantity. K through 4
right,
is a real number.
We know
It's
who's
not a
coming up, who's
guess.
going to be coming up to the middle school, who's coming up to the high school, and what the trends are going to be there. Absolutely.
All right.
And I have made some comments in the past that still stick in terms of, as a and definitely, we all agree up here that quality education is really something that we don't want to see compromised. And that's kind of why we're having this discussion, because at some point in time, the capacity of the taxpayers is going to wind up coming into play. The question I have is, I mean, have you taken note of the fact that if the individual districts, when the creation of the Monomoy district occurred, what they represented in terms of the proportion of the town budgets in each of the towns into what they are right now?
I haven't, and I don't know, again, I don't know where benefits were packaged in, you know, if I were to go back into past documents or not.
And I don't mean to make this an ethereal discussion. What I really mean to say is, in terms of what's the whole package, what a town has to provide. I mean, there's, and by the way, the mechanism has changed. You're a top line, so you submit something, we can't not support it unless the town meeting does it, which means that what's left over gets applied to the town to operate the town. So as the school starts ratcheting up as proportion of the total obligation for a town to operate a town with a school, that becomes a daunting problem, and it actually does impinge on your ability to have any kind of growth in the school system that would be analogous to giving a good education. I mean, not that money always correlates to a good education, but nonetheless, the formula is skewed in that direction. So I'm just a little concerned, because as we move forward, it's becoming really large in terms of what it is as a percentage of a town budget. So it becomes even more sensitive to us if we're bearing an ever larger percentage of obligation based on the students, which is why I'm real interested. The 5 is not really a speculative number as a 5-year look, because you got kids, unless people move out and move in, they're a known number right now, and actually that number in Chatham has been decreasing, as far as I can see, in the elementary schools. And they become part of that formula as soon as they get to the 5th grade.
Thank you, Doug. Anybody else before we have Scott proceed? Thank you.
So the next couple slides really look at, you know, at the budget in terms of where the money's being spent. And yeah, at the end of the day, you know, schools are, you know, are a people business. You know, the bulk of your budget is your teacher salaries, your support staff salaries, and the benefits for, you know, for those. So, you know, so up there, if we're looking at benefits, you know, benefits all the way around to, you know, to the other, you know, costs for the teachers. It's the bulk of what a school district does, with, you know, with the other costs, you know, like, teaching supplies and structural materials and equipment up there, you know, 2% of the budget. You know, the operations, you know, operation maintenance, you know, the cost to go, have the lights, and heat in the building, 9% of the budget. But the vast majority of a school district's budgets is people. And that really, you know, hasn't changed much. If we go back and look at 2016, you know, the sizes of those pieces of the pie tend to be very, very similar. This slide really looks at where is the budget increasing or decreasing, and what are the big drivers. And again, we talked about the contractual increases for teachers, being that, a big driver of that budget, benefits being a big driver of that budget. On the other side, where we're seeing, where we do see the most, the most savings, as Bob mentioned in his presentation, we have a building that we're, the high school's now been open for 11 years. It's, a 20-year bond that, that slowly but surely that's getting paid, that's getting paid down. So every year there's some savings. The amount, that you have to pay on that loan keeps shrinking and shrinking. We also, because we are anticipating, some renovation projects, we're seeing more funding that we could move out of those projects, or the less maintenance that will need to have happen, because we're addressing things like siding and roofs and things like that. But it doesn't mean that we're eliminating capital improvements, and we'll have a slide on just things that we see coming up in the next year in each of the school buildings. We also have a strategic plan that, that really drives our budget decisions and drives what's behind this, including implementation of a portrait of the graduate, just the qualities and skill sets that we feel that students are going to need to be to graduate from our school and have lives that are going to be meeting what they're going to need in their future lives. Each year we put together and meet with each of our principals in the school committee and talk about what are the budget requests that we have. Where do we see things that are needed to be increased or added to the budget. One area that we see a significant need when it comes to staffing is our English language learner support. We're seeing the number of students with English language learning needs increasing in the district. And it seems as if in recent years, it's almost every year we're adding some of staff for that, but we have 2 FTEs of staffing to support those increases that we're seeing in the district. There's also enhancements that we're seeing across each of the schools in this. I'm happy to answer questions, or Robin could answer questions on any of these if you'd like.
I'll jump in if you could.
Sure.
You're speaking specifically to the English language teachers? Is that what you were referring to just then?
The English language learners?
Yeah. So projection is for enrollment to continue to decline, yet there's a need at this point to increase that particular specialty by 2 FTEs?
You want numbers? Yes, I'm happy to tell. So I have some data here. So in 2023, the district had 72 English learner students, which was about 3.8% of our population. Today, 2025, we have 92 English language learners, and that's about 5.3. So we're adding every year incrementally more and more students who have those educational needs. The other trend that we're seeing throughout the districts, the Cape, but also specifically in Monomoy, is that we're seeing a lot of newcomer families. So families that are not necessarily from other educational districts, across the state or the country. They're coming in as level 1 ESL students, so that means they have absolutely no English, and that requires a lot more instructional minutes, sometimes up to 145 minutes a day, and that requires obviously more staffing and things like that. So there's 2 positions here at the high school. One of the FTEs is going to be dedicated to the high school, and one of the reasons there is specifically a lot of those newcomers are actually coming into the high school, where traditionally we've actually seen them more at the elementary level, and we get them, elementaries are all very language rich, right? And they move through our system and move out of ESL, but because we're getting them at the high school, that is changing the programming. So one full-time person will be dedicated to the high school to help address those needs. And then we also have 1 FTE for the district, because what's the trend, again, what we're seeing is we'll get a group, like there'll be a lot going into one particular school, And then we have to push somebody into that school to meet those needs, and then release and then move someplace else. And a lot of the wraparound, servicing that goes along with the ESL, the mandates, the regulations, the paperwork, all of those things is requiring us to have a whole nother person do that work.
And so with the increase over the course of the years, have we seen a corresponding offset with non-ESL teachers?
So the way the programming works is that it becomes the same instruction as a regular teacher. So it's not like they have their own route. They have the regular educational programming, and then they have this additional programming. So it becomes like a fifth content area for them. So it doesn't offset a different teacher. It's in tandem with that other teachers, with the regular programming, with the regular, we call it Tier 1 programming.
Okay, but with the numbers increase upwards to 90 now, and understanding that that is a specialty, and overall student population declining, there's nowhere within there for a reduction of an FTE.
So we
That's,
do.
that's actually the
Next
next slide
slide.
here.
Well, it is and it isn't, because, yeah, there is a proposed reduction of 4 FTE, or 3.5, it's either 3.5 or 4, but clearly this is 3.5 added on, so it's a swap of bodies.
There's an offset.
Yeah, it's an offset. So, understand your explanation, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I think it gets back thematically when I was talking about the 30,000-foot overview. We're seeing the number of kids go down. We're seeing the needs of students that we're serving go up at the same time. And this is an area that, that is significant, has changed significantly for us as a district over the past 10 years, where we keep incrementally adding, and we've had to greatly increase the supports there, to the point that it's like, okay, now we're sort of triggering a magic number at 90 where we need to shift our focus and actually put in more bodies.
Yeah. There's a combination of both state law and also the needs of the children.
Yeah. All right, thank you for now. I'll have
Julie?
some more later.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to just go backwards before we go too much more
Sure.
forward, because we're talking about some of these things. So under the FY26 budget increase by major account, and it talks about instructional leadership at 199,560, and then instructional materials, equipment, and technology. So can you just give us an idea of what those two together mean? And are we talking just, softwares and new types of educational systems plus bodies in terms of instructional leadership?
It's not increases in bodies.
Okay.
So behind numbers like that would be things that are showing up on the budget requests as new curricular materials, or things that are software related or professional development related are showing up. They're sort of broken out in the budget request, but showing up here.
Because then the professional development is another 213,368. I'm just trying to understand each item here, because remember that you had also the curriculum, two different ones. I think it was ELA and also STEM,
That's a
wasn't it?
different line item.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the administration line item,
Mhm.
which is actually, I think, supposed to be written. But the instructional materials equipment is more of our, consumable workbooks,
Okay.
technology, software, programming, that type of thing. And then instructional leadership includes our instructional leaders, and that all, because we just went through the contracts, all those escalated up, some of the stipends, things like that, and there's something else in that.
Okay, so that's not any kind of new positions,
Right.
that's just
Right.
increases that are.
It-
Yes, so the budget request actually lists new bodies.
Okay. And then the other, what was my other question?
Can I jump in on that, Julie, for a second? Sorry. So I'm just I want to get this right. So instructional leadership isn't new bodies, but it's a $200,000 increase based on contractual obligations?
Some of it's contractual.
What's the rest of it?
I think this is where I wish Michael was
Was here,
here
yeah.
to go and, quickly pull up the information. We can go and get you what's behind each one of these. I think this would be, Jeff,
For the charter.
did Michael send a line-by-line to you?
I requested that. I did not get it. He told me what,
All right, well, we can send the line-by-line that has that broken out tomorrow.
And so, do you have another one, Pete?
No, if they're gonna send us all the major accounts, a breakdown of that, that'd be
Yeah.
great. Yeah, I do have questions on them all, but if we don't have the information tonight, I can wait.
Sure.
Okay. And I can wait too, because the other thing that pops out at me is the other teaching services, and then I know you mentioned that there were some other costs that were out of district, and yet our numbers are good well, I know they're decreasing, but.
So what again, when I was talking about out of district,
Yeah.
that's that line where it says programs with other.
Yeah, with that, right.
So, yeah, so it's intensive needs.
That's what I thought.
Special education, not does a child choose, or a family choose to
Right.
send a child to
Stuff we can't
Barnstable.
provide, so they have to go somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so that was that one, and then, the only other thing is if we're getting additional info, I'd love to see the statistics, because I did say back, I think that was 2 years ago with the ELA and STEM, the curriculum positions, that we'd be looking for that data to understand the benefits of those positions, because I think, if I recall correctly, the two positions total like 250,000 back then.
Do you want to talk to some of it?
Sure, I can talk to some of it. So, and we just did a presentation in front of the school committee last week, 2 weeks ago, right before the break. So if you'd like to take a
That'd
look
be
at
good.
that.
I'll look at
So
that,
it was
yeah.
an update on our curriculum work and things like that. So those positions now have been in place for, this is going into the second year, and they're working primarily with the middle school and high school. So they're doing a wide range of supports, instructional supports. They're working on curriculum, understanding like, what do we want to teach? You know, how are we assessing it? How do we know our students are learning? And then they're doing, obviously, the assessment work, so it's traditional curriculum instruction and assessment work. And I think at that report, we had tons of teachers come in and share all the benefits that they've seen with those two positions. You know, it's a small district, but it is a pre-K 12+ district, so having people dedicated to the middle school and high school, I think we're seeing some really quick turnaround data successes. It's early, it's hard to say, you know, that type of thing, but I think the work that they're doing is showing both teachers are seeing them, kids are seeing them, instruction is increasing, expectations are increasing, and so we're hoping to see really clear successes on that. But I can get you,
Yeah,
happy
okay,
to
and
send you
I'll
that, yeah.
take a look at that
Thank you.
presentation, but that would be helpful. Thank you.
thank you, Julian. While we're here asking for additional information. Michael, do you want to jump in, please?
Mr. Chair, just first and foremost, thank all the board members. Some very thoughtful questions and very detailed this year as opposed to many other years. The curriculum is very important to me. That was something that was supposed to be brought back to us after a certain amount of time, the curriculum directors. So that presentation you speak of, I'd like to see that presentation without just seeing a YouTube link. Can you please send us the presentation as a standalone item?
Sure.
You just want the slides?
Yeah.
I do. I want to see the slides, and I would like as much information on that. But as all of the information that's being asked for tonight, I'd rather it wasn't just an information dump. If it could be segmented, that would be great.
Yeah, and we'd be happy to send you, as Robin said, it was at the last school committee meeting. The slide deck without the video lacks some of the context too.
I'll watch the video
because it
as
was,
well, but yeah.
Yeah, it was, a whole series of teachers talking about their work with the coordinators, and, and I think some of those, some of the benefits are those things that you can't
Intangible.
quantify.
All their work revolves around that strategic plan.
Then I would only ask if you could send the date and time that starts on that presentation. That would be
Sure.
great.
To all of us.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, send
Thank you
to
to all of
either,
us.
all of us would be great. So there was a discussion at one of your school committee meetings regarding special education in the elementary school moving from Chatham to Harwich. Can you tell me more about that? Because I'd
Sure.
like to understand that better.
Sure. So the conversation was, we're required as a pre-K 12 through 12 school district to provide early intervention special education services for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds with special needs. And the model that districts across the state use for that is it's a peer modeling situation where for every child with a special need, with special needs, you have a child without special needs in that integrated, so it's called an integrated preschool. So, so we have not enough, we were operating a half section of integrated preschool at Chatham Elementary this year, and 2 sections, two full, morning and afternoon sections at Harwich Elementary School, plus a special education, like an intensive needs special education section at Harwich Elementary School. We were on what I'd call the back end of a early intervention COVID bubble. So during COVID, there were fewer children in formal preschool settings and going to pediatricians during COVID, and that's when your infants and toddlers were would be identified by someone as lagging behind peers and would be referred. They would go into an early intervention referral process. So when we came out of the pandemic, there was a bumper crop of children who needed early intervention services. And I was like scratching my head as the superintendent going, how can we have declining numbers and suddenly this huge increase in early intervention need at the preschool level? Well, we're now far enough beyond the pandemic that early intervention is happening, and the bubble of kids that didn't get it is now behind us. So we're seeing going into this next school year a big decline in the number of children in that 3 and 4-year-old range who need services. So it didn't make sense for us to run a program at Harwich and Chatham. And the conversation that was happening at the school committee level is, do we use the open classroom spaces that we're going to have available in Chatham and run the program there, or run the program over at Harwich Elementary School? The decision ultimately was to have it run at Harwich Elementary School. So, but it's going to be run, but with far fewer slots, only because the number of children who attend the preschool is driven not by the number of families that want to send their child to the preschool, but by the number of children with intensive special needs that they get paired with a peer. So, so the program's coming over there. The conversation at the school committee table was also, well, if we now have a preschool classroom available at Chatham, should we look at that preschool and say, okay, we're blessed in both of our towns now that there's a voucher system for families to access preschool, but there still are some families who are not having children access a preschool. And how can we help make preschool available to these families? And again, a disproportionate number are families that are English language is not the language at home. Again, not all, but some. And can we look at what the need is in our 2 communities and have a program that has a focus, would be a language-rich preschool environment for those families, and try to find a way, understand who's not accessing preschool, and find a way to meet the family where they need. So because the research is great out there in terms of, if you want to see great outcomes down the line in high school, have
Start
kids
early.
in preschool.
So my second question would be, I would assume then that there would be Chatham residents in the Harwich Elementary School receiving educational service. Would that be a fair statement?
There are, yes.
How is that cost being split?
That cost for that program is, for the integrated preschool, is wholly part of the Harwich assessment, just as the program that would be run in Chatham, which would be open to Harwich families, is wholly picked up by the Chatham assessment.
So if I heard you right, I want to make sure I heard you right. There is a program in Harwich that is assisting Chatham residents. If there were a program in Chatham, it would be potentially helping Harwich students. But there is no program in Chatham right now, or is there?
There's a program.
In the elementary school level?
So at the bottom of the, so at the bottom of this, of the budget request is a teacher and a teaching assistant at the elementary level in Chatham to focus on a language-rich preschool program over in Chatham. Again.
That Harwich children could.
Absolutely. And we also do have some children from Chatham, school choice, do inter-district school choice to Harwich.
Yeah.
Just into the classrooms and vice versa, and a lot of times it's.
Last
staff
question,
members.
do we have the equivalent of this in Harwich? The one FTE teacher and one FTE IA for language-rich pre-K in Harwich? Do we offer that?
No.
Okay.
So that's, again, so the integrated preschool, which is a special education preschool, is going to be in Harwich. This program, which is sort of a language-rich preschool program, we're looking at having that located in Chatham.
Okay, and then my last two requests would be, Chatham Elementary School, I see the number of students that are enrolled, 153, I believe-ish, right around there. But there is no, I would love to see that operating budget, and I'd like to see there what it costs to run that school. Because obviously their per pupil number is way higher, because I'm sure with that low of a student population, it still, as Pete has said multiple times, it still costs what it costs to open and give access to the kids.
So when we had that slide that I think it was about 1.3 million, that if we were going under the old the old assessment formula, that 1.3 that's now not paid by Harwich, that's absorbed by Chatham, which makes their per pupil attending Monomoy be significantly higher.
I understand that.
Almost, yeah.
But if I remember right, that was their choice.
Right.
That was at their request.
Right.
Right. So if I could see the operating costs for Chatham Elementary and the operating costs for Harwich Elementary, that way I can take a look at the two breakouts from the regional agreement and say, okay, this is what each costs and what the cost is per pupil for each school. So
Yeah, and that'll be in the line item that.
that would be great. And I think going forward, I would like to see a line item. And I'm done.
I was going to say, before you move forward.
Because I really have to go to the bathroom, so this is on you.
Thank you for saying that. While we're on that subject, I would have an additional ask, because in order to see a trend, I need to see a trend. So it's all well and good to give the number in the aggregate for the school. I'd like to see the pupil breakdown by grade in Chatham and Harwich in the elementary school level, because that's where I'm going to see what we're inheriting, because this is only a temporary shift of responsibility. As you understand, because as soon as those kids hit the 5th grade, it gets allocated under the formula again, and it completely blows up any savings that you're talking about now. So I'd like to see, in addition to what Jeff asked for, I need to see what the enrollment breakdown is in Chatham K through 4 and in Harwich K through 4 currently.
I have a, are you done?
He's sharing right now. He can't, he's remote.
In the absence of Mr. Chair, maybe it's Julie. I do have a question when we get time.
It's actually Pete, he's the clerk.
Can I just
Okay.
want to follow up on Don and Jeff's question, if you don't mind, it'll be very quick. I just have a question, when we're talking about the the one FTE teacher and the one FTE IA for the language-rich pre-K program in Chatham. Does it differ for the pre-K in Harwich where it is special needs plus, you know, like you described, one special need, one other kid, right? So what does it take to man that classroom versus what it takes to man this new pre-K that you're proposing?
They're similar
Are they the
requirements,
same?
yes,
Okay.
in terms of how many children you can have in a preschool classroom.
Okay.
That's dictated by
So
the
it's
state.
really the same kind of breakdown?
Well, it's certification too. I mean, it's specialized
Special ed
certification.
certification, but it
So you
doesn't
need a
mean you
dual
need more
certification.
people.
Well, it depends on the student's IEP needs too, so there might be additional instructional assistants assigned to a student or a couple of students or 3 students. It just depends on the actual disability and then the needs of the student to access the curriculum in those classes. So you might see an increase of IAs in that classroom, but that's based off the special education determination at a team meeting.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Can you pull up the last slide? The okay. So in the bottom, the one FTE teacher and one FTE IA for language rich, is that a that's Chatham Elementary School? How many students are there right now that would be in that program?
Well, at the moment, the program doesn't exist, so, you know,
So what's the projection?
I don't know. I mean, I put a round number of, you know, 10 to 12 is what I think a preschool classroom oftentimes looks like.
So I guess so what do you have for students right now with those needs in a program in Chatham? Or is there no program? But how many kids are in it right now?
Well, again,
that have those needs?
the program doesn't exist, so we're looking at not just at Chatham, but how many children in the district could use those services.
But we already have it in Harwich, correct?
It's a different, Harwich is specifically an integrated special education preschool program. So it's a special education versus one that's not special education focused.
It would be, can I just, to make it, so I think what you're trying to say is that ultimately, just because, I mean, those of us who don't have young kids in school anymore, is that it's the people out there that you don't know who aren't sending their kids
Right.
currently to pre-K, that you're trying to open that door to say, come
Yeah,
here.
Absolutely, and I would almost, you know, mirror it to when we started as Monomoy. There was a great program that existed at Harwich Elementary School, Make Way for Kids. And Make Way for Kids was set up at Harwich Elementary School to find children in households who needed more support. And they had a list of criteria, you know, and I believe at the time it was grandparents that raised kids and teen moms and, you know, families that were financially struggling. And again, this predated the voucher system, but I think this is us trying to vision who out there isn't accessing preschool in our 2 towns, and how can we make preschool a reality for those families and those children so that they're better kindergarten ready. And again, while it's housed at, you know, while the vision is to house it at Chatham, it's not looking at just Chatham.
Right.
Anybody else? Oh, Pete?
Couple things if I could. Some of it.
Let me get back when you're done, Jeff.
Oh, no, go ahead, Michael.
I'd prefer you finish.
It's yours.
Please.
Okay, sorry, Pete. So has there been any discussion based on what's in Harwich right now and what's in Chatham right now, having one program? It doesn't seem like there's an awful lot of kids, and I know you want to open it up, but in a budget cycle like we're in right now, has it been explored that we should do this in one school, not both schools?
It would, like, you could house it in Harwich, like the 2 programs. You could run the integrated preschool in Harwich. You could run, if we had space, and classroom space. And you have to have specifically designed preschool classroom space. the bathrooms are really low, those type of things. That type, just saying. But, so you could put it in, but then the way that you're currently running with your regional agreement, that school would then carry the cost of both of these programs. So right now, there's some parity between the two towns if we have these two towns programming going. There is a significantly larger amount of special education students in the pre-K at Harwich, and that's why the school committee chose to keep that program in the Harwich community. There's very few students coming from Chatham over to Harwich, so we felt this was a great opportunity. Several years ago, there was a large grant needs assessment that was done between Dennis, Yarmouth, Chatham, and Harwich, and accessibility to high-quality preschool was the prioritized. It got stalled during the pandemic, and we're just seeing this now as an opportunity to come back to that. Because we do know, too, if children get a high-quality instructional opportunities in preschool, you're going to see less of these needs that we keep talking about costing some of these other cost centers. We will hopefully offset that later on, where they won't have so much intervention needs, the language-rich programming, especially for our English language learners, but also students who don't have access to lots of library instruction and lots of books, and where economics and opportunities outside the school become a barrier to having opportunity as they enter kindergarten. Hopefully some of that will reduce, so we're just looking at an opportunity. in that
Thank you.
way.
Michael, are you all set?
For now.
Okay, thank you. Pete?
I wish the reductions actually came to fruition at some point. They don't seem to, but I understand. To just final touch on this, the $152,000 is going to be assessed to the town of Chatham, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The existing pre-K program that lives in Harwich, could you break down, and not tonight, obviously, but could you provide us, and I've got a couple asked to go along with the requests that have already been put forward, but could you get us a per pupil cost for that program? The one that's
integrated
currently run in
preschool?
Harwich?
For the integrated preschool?
Yep.
And so-
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Additionally, and I know there was some requests on budgets and whatnot, I'd like to broaden it a little bit. Could we get a budget breakdown per building? All right, as opposed to just the two elementary schools. Could we also get enrollment per building? And if you could define that with Harwich, Chatham, and choice students?
Yeah.
And then my follow-up question, which you probably can answer tonight, is how are the choice students calculated in the two regional schools?
So when it comes to the assessment, they're not. So the assessment is looking at the way the regional agreement's written. It's how many children from Harwich, how many children from Chatham are at each building. So the children that are there from choice only come in as there is state money attached to those children.
Sure, a fraction of the cost.
In
right.
addition to the school choice $5,000, but there's so that's state money, and that state money gets deducted first before the assessments are calculated. So.
Right. However, so any student, any choice student in the regional schools, minus the deductions, is then allocated 75-25, and I'm just using round numbers, Harwich, Chatham.
I believe the way the calculation is set up, and again, Michael can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe we break out that incoming school choice money based on size of the build. What proportion of the overall enrollment is Chatham Elementary, Harwich Elementary, middle school, high school.
I didn't follow that one bit. So I don't understand how you're segmenting those students, those choice students.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. So the choice students, from a budget standpoint, only come in, as this revenue source, and it's in the regional agreement how we segment that revenue. Do you want to look at it that way?
The revenue that comes in, correct. So you apply that towards your budget. But clearly that revenue doesn't cover the cost of educating those students 100%. So the towns, Chatham and Harwich, are supplementing
So
those students, those choice students?
I would hope that it doesn't, that we're not supplementing it that much, if at all any. So at least the way I've tried to run our school district, and other school districts run it differently, I try to look at this as operating Monomoy as a free seat model. When I first came here to the Cape and was talking with Carolyn Cragen, who was the longtime superintendent in Harwich, and she would say, Scott, when it comes to school choice, if we've got 15 kids in a classroom, I can have dust gather on 3 desks or take in $15,000. Okay, and that's so that's $15,000 that the school district would support. There are oftentimes tons of applications that are come into our school district, but if we were to go and take in an entire classroom of children at a grade level, you'd have to add a teacher and possibly a teaching assistant and benefit costs, and then it is not a financially, in my opinion, financially responsible way of operating. So we've tried to focus school choice and looking at it. How many seats do we have available to round out a cohort to have roughly 18 students in a classroom at a cohort? What's the free seats versus just because we've got 18 families that want to come in at a grade level, we don't add an entire classroom, if that helps.
No, and I can understand your explanation, I appreciate that, and we, in prior life, had a similar mentality when it came to student choice, school choice. But ultimately, depending on the number of students you have, it has some impact on a school system. Clearly, we have a per pupil cost of every student that's in your system, in your district. What we get from the state doesn't cover that. To your overall point, it may not cost the town of Harwich or Chatham a lot more money because there's an empty desk there. I use that exact same argument when it comes to this regional agreement, by the way. So I can appreciate that thought process. But I would just like to know, and you answered it, so I appreciate your answer. What I'd like to know is those enrollment numbers per building. And again, Harwich students, Chatham students, and Choice students.
Yeah, we've got that.
Yeah.
I can send that tomorrow.
And I appreciate that. And rather than taking up a lot more time, I see everybody wants to go to bed. Probably me more than anybody. So I'm going to skip a lot of these because a lot of them had to do with the information I hope that you provide or Michael provides in the future. But the one thing I'll state, and you alluded to it in your opening remarks, and I can appreciate that as well, that it's a difficult budget season. It's a difficult budget season for the town of Harwich. I think the town of Harwich has been very supportive of the school systems year over year, and I think the town of Chatham has as well. I'm not knocking Chatham. But I think we're looking at not only some of the challenges we're facing this year, but what it looks like in the next few years. And quite honestly, the 5.8, or whatever the number was, increase, it may be too rich for Harwich this year. We may come back to you and ask you to sharpen the pencil a little bit. Again, that's my own thoughts. We clearly have 4 other members of this board, but I just want to put that out there, that it is a challenging time for everybody, and we too have to, pay those benefits and try to, pay those salaries to keep folks, employed and able to live in town. And we have, it's probably no surprise to you, 8 union contracts up this year. So there's a lot to balance, and I just think it's fair to let you folks know that, we may be asking for more support than you've already given, as far as sharpening your pencil, I'll say.
Thank you, Pete. Don, did you have?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, first off, with what Pete said, I'm pretty sure the whole board does, but you're not the only one, for sure. This is a broader question because absent any experiential data, which you clearly don't have for this new program in the Chatham Elementary School, you had to have some strategic underpinnings to it about what you were trying to do. I'm just interested in knowing, because you're never going to glom that from this stuff, what your thought process was. Are you looking to supplant existing preschools because, I mean, as you know, we fund, and a number of other towns fund them. Are you looking to supplant those organizations and pull everything in eventually, or where are you going with this? Because this is new. You had to have some underpinnings of your thought process to say, I think the time is right to do this.
Yeah, absolutely not wanting to supplant. I think a challenge that, that both of our towns faced when we, if we step back in time, pre-pandemic, the school district made a conscious decision to make space available at Harwich Elementary School to the YMCA to run a preschool program, or to offer a preschool program, because there weren't, I mean, when we surveyed families, there just weren't enough preschool programs for families in this region of the Cape. So we're not trying to go put a private program out of business, but it's, as I said before, it's looking at who's not accessing preschool, understanding why, and try to figure out how we can meet those families. Is it transportation that's getting in the way of preschool? Is it language that's getting in the way of access to preschool? What's getting in the way, and how can we make that happen? And again, it's not us then wanting to go and charge the town. This isn't, it was a question we got when we were in Chatham. It's like, well, will the preschool, will you be accepting our vouchers for the preschool? It's no, this is not, not, moving money from one pocket to the other pocket. This is trying to go and do the best good we can with available classroom space that we have. Just like, having the Y as a partner over at Harwich Elementary Schools, us trying to make the best good out of available space we've got in our buildings.
You lost me at COVID. The question I had nothing to do with the history of where we're at in child development. It had to do specifically with, you came up with an idea that you wanted to do a specific program. How did you base that now? Not based 5 years ago, 6 years ago, but now, how did you find out what the need was?
So if you go back into our strategic plan and you take a look, it's a very specific strategic initiative in our plan. First for your early literacy, and also early educational, high-quality early educational program.
Where did you get the data from?
Again, the data comes from lots of different sources. So we've been running a needs assessment over the last year, and then it's based off another needs assessment that was done right before COVID. But we needed to know if that needs assessment was still applicable now, today, So the 5 areas that came as barriers were transportation, dual language, dysfunctional housing, economics, and one other one. I can't think, it's getting late.
I'll try a third time here. I'm not interested in knowing whether you did an internal assessment. I'm interested in knowing how you derived that there was an external need to provide this service. What did you use to determine that, outside of having, visioning groups inside the school?
So the strategic planning, those initiatives came from that strategic planning process, which was a community endeavor. So we had focus groups, we had surveys, we had all of that data.
You mailed out stuff.
Right. And
Okay.
so it was a loud and clear message from quite a few, like it seemed like he was on a screen because he was injured last year. But from every kind of working group, there was a large contingent of people that were coming in saying, this is a determined need. I hear that, and I, was like, okay, but I also had to do my own numbers and take a look at it too. And some of the work that we're doing currently is to say, what is a viable program? Like, we can't run a program if it's not viable. We did have programming prior that wasn't viable, mostly because of the pandemic was hitting, but, so we want to make sure that if we do this, it is a viable program. We wouldn't want to run it if it's not. But it's also one of those things where we need to kind of get out there and get the information out to our families also work with our community partners. It's a very good point. We don't want to be taking from any of our programming. We don't want to take from our integrated programming. We don't want to take from our community partnering. But if there's an accessibility out there that we can provide for these students, that's what the opportunity we'd like to do.
And based on that, because this is a dynamic problem, it's not just this year. Based on that, you got the data in, you analyzed the data. What number did you premise your ask on?
So where would this be a viable program? I think that's still.
What were you anticipating actually servicing
So we were
as a
thinking.
real number?
Well, the 12 to 15 was
Yeah,
our.
So it's based on staffing a room. You know,
Just one.
So, so a teacher and a teaching assistant. It's a full day or, 2 half-day programs.
But I guess what I'm basically saying is a future dynamic, you really aren't certain that this is the only ask you're ever going to have in this area based numerically. You have really no way of knowing until you actually do it.
Right, and both ways. It's very hard in this area to predict enrollment. Like, I worked in a different district, we could predict kindergarten enrollment by like 1 or 2 students just by birth rates. I've not seen that in the 10 years I've been on Cape, that I can predict enrollment based off birth rates. It can go either way. I ran Chatham Elementary School for a lot of years, and I'd have a birth rate of 30-something students, and 5 would register, and then I'd have a birth rate of 12, and 60 would register. It was just, it's a very fluid dynamic, and especially when we were talking about enrollment. Our enrollment is very dynamic here, and so it's hard to predict that. We won't know until we go out to registration as to who actually, A, will take advantage of this program, and B, whether or not it makes sense for their own family needs and things like that.
Just as a postscript, you might actually want to pay attention to our later discussions about the housing production plan and the local comprehensive plan, because you may be looking rearwardly. We're actually aspirationally looking towards increasing that number that you're thinking is declining, just as a thought.
We love students.
Thank you, Don. Julie, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up in terms of some of the questions that were being asked about where the need is and how did you determine it? Because I can say just from my own interactions from young families that I know very well who've had to stay out of work longer because they could not find childcare for their kids, on top of the fact that when I worked with the early childhood groups, when we were working on the stipend program, what we hoped also was not only to help families, but to create more providers, because they would see that there was some sort of stability in payments. And so then, of course, to your point about the other program in Harwich Elementary, the Make Way for Kids, that really, if I recall correctly, a lot of that had to go by the wayside too because of space. The elementary school in Harwich was
Right.
busting at the seams, and that was taking up a classroom when other kids needed to be. So I think that the need is there. I think that I know I've seen it in reality, and I've seen it from the specialists that I talk to in terms of the stipend program. So I don't doubt that there's a need. But I think, back to the comment about housing, which is real, is if we're hopefully lucky in creating more housing opportunities and helping families further with these stipends, and our housing trust is coming up with a rental assistant, well, we have a rental assistance program. The hope is to keep people here. And I think that's why you have such a hard time predicting who's registering, because they're here 1 minute and they're gone.
Absolutely.
Right?
Particularly at the lower grade levels.
Right.
That's where you see the most transients.
And that's the problem, you can't predict. So I just want to clear that up in the sense of, I at least, and you have younger kids, you must know.
Oh,
that.
I certainly do.
I
It's the
mean,
longest week of my life last week, but I digress.
I'm just saying, there is the need, and sometimes, like, I wouldn't know that unless I had younger people that I was working with in terms of needing that childcare, so. Thank you.
All right, I think we can continue to move forward wherever we left off.
So what we see is, we're looking at a 4.0 FT reduction. 2 of these are at the integrated preschool. This is the special ed integrated preschool. So this is a half FT reduction at the Chatham Elementary position and a 1.5 at Harwich Elementary. Again, because there's just that much fewer children in the age 3 to 4 with severe special needs. We are seeing a continued reduction at the elementary level, and that is now making its way up to the middle school level. So you're seeing a reduction of staffing at Harwich Elementary and at the middle school by one staff person. And again, that, you know, we anticipate, if you're looking forward, kind of getting at where, you know, what Don has been alluding to. You know, when I started here, we go back 12 years ago, there were 6 sections of kindergarten at Harwich Elementary. There were 3 sections at Chatham Elementary, so 9 kindergarten sections. We're down this year, I believe, at 4 at Harwich Elementary and 1 at Chatham Elementary. Yeah, and you know, again, you know, so it is a changing dynamic that is making its way up into the middle school, you know, to get at, you know, just in terms of long-term forecasting, Pete. This is something Michael and I have been talking with the school committee at. If you run school choice based on a free seat model and you have less classrooms, you're going to have less school choice money coming in. So we've already started to plan on, you know, having to wean ourselves off in the out years, because at some point, if you've got less classrooms you're running, you don't want to fill up entire classrooms and lose money filling them up. You just have to know that you're going to have less income coming in. You know, so again, you know, we have sort of a long-term strategy on that, just recognizing that revenue stream that's coming in is going to slowly start to get smaller because there's just fewer free seats to offer. As I said, that there are capital projects that are going to continue to go on in each of our buildings. You know, so we do see at the middle school, we have some carpet replacement that's going to be going on there. We do have a truck that we use to move stuff around between the districts and occasionally push snow, and that's on its last leg. So we do have in this to replace a school facilities vehicle that is at the middle school. We have a continuation of funding $50,000 a year into stabilization, which is an account that we can use if there's a big, a freezer breaks down in the middle of the year. There's funds that we can go to go and access that. Harwich Elementary School, we have on our plans to replace the smoke alarm system in that building at the middle school. We continue to service the exhaust fans. Again, trying to make sure that the indoor air quality is as best as we can have it be. At the high school, there's a reduction in the debt costs. We went out and got sort of the loan terms are the same, but went and refinanced the loan on the high school, which ends up saving money this year and in the out years as well. Just to kind of wrap things up here before it's midnight. The key factors driving this budget, as Bob Sanborn mentioned in his presentation, property insurance continues to skyrocket. So we're seeing a 15% increase in this budget in the cost of insuring our schools. There's the budget request that you've seen in the previous slide, staffing increases, health insurance increases, increased costs to maintain the buildings. The high school is now in its 11th year of operation, and there are things that are those what was shiny and new 11 years ago now has increased maintenance costs, and we do have a pretty significant increase this year in these expensive out-of-district placements behind this budget. So the budget is offset by a number of different sources, ranging from Title I to the school choice funds, to the IDA grant, to healthcare, ESSER, which doesn't, which we had back in the COVID years, E-rate, which, which is to offset technology costs, and by circuit breaker. And this slide just really shows the different areas and how much the budget's offset by those. So, so that we're able to offset a little over $3 million in cost for the budget. Don has been talking about just looking out into the future. What's the changes that we see in enrollment? So you have the in FY26. You see that we're anticipating our enrollment is going to be down as we look in this year to next year. We're seeing the drop most appreciably at the lower grade levels, but we're going to see, we're now seeing this this year's seniors at the high school is the bubble year. So we're graduating the bubble, and we're going to see the high school, the high school that has been bursting at the seams lately is going to go down from 739 to 712, and we'll see that high school population drop down in a short period of time into the 600 range. The middle school is going to continue to get smaller, so we see the middle school, which this year is running just under 400, is going to be at 374 next year, and will drop down into the low 300s, looking out at FY29. Harwich Elementary School, we see continuing to drop from around 450 to 421, and that should drop just a little bit more. Chatham Elementary, we've seen it. We've actually seen it remain fairly stable over the last years. It seems to have kind of come down and hit sort of a low level, and seems to be hanging out at that point. So so this year we saw a slight increase at Chatham Elementary School, which I talked about that little tweak in foundation enrollment early on. If that continues, Chatham Elementary should be hanging at that roughly around 150. Again, the elementary enrollment numbers are really hard to say. There's a lot more transients at the elementary school than at the upper grade levels. The next couple slides really look at where Monomoy's per pupil costs sit relative to the whole state. So, so you have the per pupil costs on the far right side of this would be really small school district like Provincetown, and per pupil costs in some communities that that aren't funding their schools well, or funding it just at that minimum required level. Monomoy is for in FY23, which is the last time this number was calculated for the state, is ranked 121st out of the 398. And if you just look back over FY22, we were in that relatively the same spot on the graph. We're a lot less than Nauset, which I would argue operates school choice on a very different model than we offer, that we handle school choice, and just slightly higher than DY's per pupil costs. And again, if we look back 10 years ago, pretty much that same story, where we're sitting roughly the same spot in that overall spread throughout the state. Again, just summarizing, the budget's a 6.86% increase. There, we do anticipate some really minor adjustments that need to be made. One of the last things that has to happen is that we need to get from the state finalized foundation enrollment by grade level to do the calculation, to do that assessment calculation. But we have a good feel for what that number is. We just have to verify it with the state. So I suspect, if anything, there might be a negligible shift in that in the cost with each town, but these numbers should be pretty much right on. The state will come out with updated numbers over the next few weeks as as they go finalize everything, and from the from the governor's budget till getting it through the Senate and everything. We've presented to your board, we've presented to, it's all blurring now, Chatham FinCom and Chatham Select Board just before the vacation week. The school committee formally votes the budget on March 13th, so that's when we'll have, the number that gets sort of locked in, for us, but this number here is probably pretty close to what we see that number being on the 13th.
Excellent, thank you. Any board members want to give some final thoughts, comments, briefly?
One quick thing, I think, Scott, you said it, I just want to confirm you said it. So when you refinance the school debt, you didn't change the term, you just got a better rate?
Absolutely, yeah, so it's not to change the terms, just to come in. Perfect. Yeah, so I'll give our treasurer, Paul Dolan, a lot of credit. He was out there and he said, hey, I think here's a way we can go and save some money. And, so terms, it's just the interest that we're paying on the debt has gone down, and that's going to save both towns, a lot of money as we, move forward.
And so with that request, could we ask for a debt schedule from you folks as well?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll go to Michael online.
I'm all set for now, thank you.
Julie?
John? I'm good.
I just have a couple, is there anything in this that's different than what we had previously?
I think.
Or was this just a hard copy for us to play with?
I think the only thing, I think what was initially sent to you is what we presented to the school committee.
Yeah.
This is what we presented to Chatham, and I think the only tweak in between different ones was, I think there was, instead of a 1.5 FT reduction, which might have been in what was sent to you as the 2 FT reduction at the preschool level.
Okay, so nothing super?
No.
Okay, I just want to say, both of you, thank you for being here. And we really appreciate you defending your budget, and we really appreciate you taking our comments, and you're going to go away from here, and our next steps will be to wait for you to get us back as much information as you can, as soon as you can. And now you know why I let Bob go first.
That's fine. And then Jeff,
Next time we'll do.
If you don't mind, I just want to give a 30-second just report out on
Sure.
just indoor air quality.
Yeah,
I have
great,
been-
great. Thank you.
I have been, did the same thing when I was at Chatham, so I've
Yeah, of course.
shared the news. So we have done indoor air quality, 2 rounds of indoor air quality samples at the middle school, and have essentially did about every 4th space first round, and then the next every 4th space, and we'll do 2 more rounds of this before April vacation. So we'll have gotten to every space within the building. We also did, as a comparison, outdoor samples. Outdoor samples are kind of rough this time of year because everything's frozen up outside. You don't have a lot of mold growing this time of year outside, just like bread doesn't mold in your refrigerator or freezer. Takes a long time for that to happen. So we also did, as comparison, sampled some town buildings. I'd like to thank Joe and Jill Goldsmith over in Chatham to help us getting buildings. We'll do the same thing tomorrow, where we sampled each one of our other schools in a couple places and some town buildings, and we'll do the same thing tomorrow. Long and short, the town buildings, including this room, we were in this room and did an air sample. There aren't issues. But the
That's a false report.
but the good news is, with probably one major exception, the high school, the middle school library came in like crazy high, and it was one of those numbers that it was so crazy high it was hard to explain. And so I spent some time with the librarian. It's like, okay, and she's like, well, they sampled right here, and then she's like, oh, could it be this pile of books that I have on this bookshelf that got wet before, that I'm waiting to dispose of? Could they be the source? And we were looking at the books, and we're like, there's some mold on these. So we threw the books away, did some cleaning in the library, and this round, the library was no different than any other spaces. So So the long and short of it is, the rooms that we've tested on the half of the building we've done, the indoor samples aren't any different than the outdoor samples and aren't any different than any other public spaces that we've been in when it comes to mold samples. There's also a meeting today where because I know the concern that you had said is just like, what's the condition of the walls? So we punched through the drywall in 45 different places throughout the building, and each one of those samples came back clean, the drywall's good.
Great, so now you have holes.
So, well, they patched the holes over the break, but they did this all, they were doing this all break.
But I appreciate what you're doing. This wasn't part of the agenda, so we'll bring you back to get a little bit more on that.
But I just wanted to.
But I appreciate that.
The good news is I think there was an elevated concern. I think the building committee, we've been reporting back to the building committee just, with the results are sharing the results with the health directors in both towns. Again, I know it was a concern of yours, wanted to bring back and just add
I
some
appreciate that.
positive news.
Thank you. Don, did you have something?
Yeah, and before you leave, since this just came up, and since we have our chairperson for the Capital Outlay Committee, where are we with since you get more certainty now, where are we with your capital ask, and when are we? Are you talking about this year, next year?
For the middle school?
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that we'll have a number in the next couple of weeks. So again, all of this punching through is really to fine tune.
What is that for this year?
So we're hoping if the stars align that we'll have a number in time for the warrants this year.
You may misunderstand the process, but we have a capital outlay committee, and I kind of like to have somebody vet the request.
Sounds like an agenda item.
Yeah, since we originally had premised it on something that's possibly no longer true, the magnitude of this.
Okay.
All right.
Talk to you about that tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you very much.
You can head right to the office now.
Might as well.
As well as you.
Okay, item D. I'm sorry, Megan, was that okay. Item D, I would like to see if there's a motion to vote to provide the budget to the Finance Committee pursuant to the town charter per Chapter 932.
So move.
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor. Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the Select Board meeting minutes from February 10, 2025. Damn it, I'm going to get that right one of these days.
Moved and
Second.
seconded. Discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to at least put up in the header for the discussion with FinCom that it was a presentation of an overview of a summary budget. It wasn't, that discussion wasn't the one that we had last week.
In the minutes,
Yeah.
put a header.
It has one. It's budget presentation to the Finance Committee. It should be a summary presentation. It really wasn't a deep dive. And I think it really needs to be made clear before the whole discussion starts happening.
I would disagree with that. And
I'm not talking last week's, I'm talking
I
about,
understand. No, the last week's didn't happen. We didn't have a joint meeting.
I get that.
It's the 10th, I think, that you're referring to.
We didn't have a
on
deep
these
dive on
minutes.
the 10th. Okay, without the amendment, I'll just vote against it.
What page,
No,
Don? Where are you?
I'm interested in having a discussion on this. I think,
Do you have a page where this is?
It's right before they convened the Finance Committee. Where are we here? Consent agenda. Yeah, page 3 of 35.
page 3.
Yep. I just take issue with the fact that it's listed as a comprehensive discussion on the fiscal year 2026 budget. We didn't have a comprehensive, we had an overview discussion.
believe that was the agenda topic on the agenda.
Maybe, but this characterizes what actually happened.
Oh, you know, and I don't disagree, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
But I think what the Assistant Town Administrator is stating is that this is just corresponding to the agenda item on the agenda, not necessarily what occurred.
And that was my reason for disagreeing, is I'm staring at what the agenda item was, and we can't rewrite what was the agenda item. Now, what occurred is up for discussion or debate, or, I think, though, Mr. Howell, where you're going is I think you believe that we owe it to FinCom to have one more meeting with them.
That and the fact that to characterize the actual discussion, which is really what minutes are about, was that we had an overview discussion with the Finance Committee on our budget. You could leave it the way it is, but then an overview discussion ensued would be fine with me, but that's really where we were. We never got into a deep discussion with line items or anything.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, please.
if I may. I think it was as deep as we had the information to get into, and I think this is an ongoing project, so I think the language is fine. I'd also like to revisit a prior item after we're done with this.
Okay, thank you. And they're presenting, FinCom is presenting their public hearing, I believe, this Thursday?
That's correct.
Okay.
I don't dispute that it was as deep as we could get. I'm just disputing that when you go back to the minutes and you look at it, it looks like there was a deep discussion, and there was not.
Okay. Anybody else have any discussion on the minutes? I have page 29. See if I can get to it quickly here, sorry. Almost all the way down. Mr. Waystack replied that the point, there have been requests from the committee chairs to write down comments as Mr. McCaskill and Mr. Piekarski did. I believe what he said, what Mr. McCaskill did. I don't think he referenced Mr. Piekarski as having submitted any comments. And if you just go back and take a look at that part of the meeting to just verify, that would be great. Other than that, I have no other, other than that, in the same sentence, we need to put a space between LPC, but that's minimal. So I don't have any other edits. So we have a motion, a second, and discussion. Does anybody else have any more to add? All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
John?
Nope.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye. 4-0, 4-1, sorry, my fault. It's getting a little
Mr.
late.
Chair,
Yes, you wanted to revisit.
so in a recently passed action, given the hour, we just voted under D to vote to provide the budget to the Finance Committee. I just want to put it on the record that this is a budget in progress, so I would say draft budget. It's what we have right now, but that's what we voted. It is subject to change as we see fit.
Thank you, Michael.
And then we already did new business.
Yes.
So just to get this over with. I'm making a motion to vote to authorize the formation of a select board subcommittee for the Monomoy Regional School District assessment, and I'm nominating Jeff as chair, because it's supposed to be chair to chair, and then I think we talked about Pete before, because you're a numbers dude, Pete, if you don't mind. So that's.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Just for the public's understanding, Chatham accepted the request from the Harwich Select Board to have a two-person meeting with two people from their select board and administration and finance. So the motion is on the table. It's been seconded. Any discussion?
I'll just say that I'm happy to participate, but I'm also happy to defer if somebody else would rather.
Oh, okay.
So.
I don't want to do it.
Moved and seconded.
I had indicated I would if Pete doesn't want to.
We have the motion on the table, so let's vote that. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I just want to reiterate that we, as a subcommittee, an official subcommittee, need to post said meeting and take minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you. And then this last one, discussion on draft animal policy for municipal buildings. Megan, would you like to lead on this?
Sure, there was a request to have council draft an animals in the workplace type of policy in relation to the ADA compliance, Americans with Disabilities. So we had council find one from the town of Northampton, city of Northampton, which they felt was similar to the desires of the board, and basically rewrote it in the voice of Harwich. So at this point, staff is looking for direction on whether or not the board would like to pursue this.
So thank you, Megan. To be clear, all we're asking tonight from the board is to determine whether or not, absent of a policy in place right now, to service people with disabilities and give them accommodations. We do not have a policy in place. So, that being said, our vote tonight will just simply determine whether or not this board wants to move forward with creating said policy. Discussion, Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This goes way beyond that. I mean, way beyond that. And given the events of a couple of weeks ago, I really am not into anybody's revenge tour about animals. We've had dogs coming in, securing licenses. I'm not sure that I want to be involved in a government that just keeps making up more and more rules to deter the citizens from doing things. So if this was just about ADA, I'd be fine with it, but that's, by the way, it's not a city. You might want to change that word. Got it, but I'm just explicitly stating it's awfully coincidental that a precipitating incident occurred a couple of weeks ago, and now it seems like a punishment somehow. So as long as this pertains to the public access to the building, to my knowledge, and maybe I should be corrected here, to my knowledge, over the last 3, 4, 5 years, have there been any complaints about dogs attacking random people in our buildings?
I don't have any of that data.
So
wouldn't know how to answer that.
Okay, well, that's my point, is we're coming up with a solution in search of a problem.
Other board members?
If I may?
Please.
I would, not surprising to anybody, completely disagree with Select Board Member Howell, and revenge tour is something I think I read on Harwich Old Timers. But the fact of the matter is, we've had several complaints over the last 2 years, and I know Select Board Member Kavanaugh, I had expressed some to her, and I've expressed plenty to the town administrator. The actions of 2 weeks ago, if I could come up with a lot of other words besides action, but to put a dog in the executive body seat for a photo op was kind of what sent this over the edge. I've been accused of bringing this forward. I think that's what Select Board Member Howell talked about, the revenge piece of it. But members of the community, and the chair can attest to this, emailed him the very next day. Members of the board spoke about it that night. I've had many conversations with people that are absolutely petrified of dogs because of dog bites. We had an administrator have to move seats one night, and we had to ask the person with the dog in the room if they could move the dog to the other side of the room because they were allergic to the dog. Now, can you imagine if people and every person brought their dog to the meeting? I'd love to bring my dog to the meeting, and my dog is also well behaved. But the fact that we don't have a policy allows people to feel uncomfortable coming to meetings, uncomfortable to participating in meetings, and now we're going to use the excuse because it's a revenge tactic. This has nothing to do with revenge. This has to do with people feeling comfortable in town meetings that are not comfortable with dogs. So I think we absolutely need a policy, and I think the incidents a couple weeks ago that Select Board Member Howell talked about was an absolute disgrace to the town of Harwich.
Yeah, well, I think we're almost there with this. Give it a couple more tries here. Any other discussion from board members before, I mean, we don't have to make a motion, right? But we're having a discussion about it now. Is there something you might want to add to that? Yeah, to anything at this point?
To the sleepover.
No, at this point, what it comes down to is I want more time to marinate on it, but I'm not, there's language in there that I probably don't agree with, but for the most part, the theory or the process, I can wrap my arms around.
Thank you, Pete. I'll just add this, and then we'll, as Julie's locking up her laptop, she's telling me to hurry. I'll add this. After the incident a few weeks ago or a week ago, I did get multiple emails, phone calls, and texts asking me what our policy was regarding dogs in public buildings. Our job up here is to listen to the residents of the town of Harwich, and our job is to be the voice for the people who don't have the voice to enact change. We're the policy-making board of this town. It is not revenge for me, not one bit. I don't think it's revenge for any of our board members. I think we're simply just listening to the public, doing what we should do, and bringing it forward in an open forum so it's transparent, upfront, and honest to say, is this something this board wants to entertain? We do not have a policy. Most other towns do. I don't know why we wouldn't be one who does. That's all I'm going to say about it, and to Pete's point, I could ruminate on it a little bit more as well, and I'll just bring it back next week, and we can attack it then. So, I don't hear a motion. I'm sorry, Pete, Don, did you want to say more?
No, I was stopping
Okay.
Patrick from having, we're going to bring it back.
Okay, so we'll bring that back. Now, old business discussion on water wastewater management consultant. Do you want to open with this?
Sure. We had a request for proposals sent out last month, and we received one response. And prior to going forward with a contract, there are some questions that I have as far as contract management goes and how this contract will be handled. But is it something the select board wants to manage, who's assigning work, those sorts of kind of logistic questions that would need to be put into the contract language.
Thank you, Megan, and I'll add to that just because I'm going to build off of that. Things like who does this person report to? Who is this person taking direction from? What is the primary goal of the consultant? What are we not getting now that we wish we were getting? And how is the consultant going to provide us with that information? Who is assigning tasks? What meetings is this person going to attend? Who determines that? What are the true deliverables? And do we want to negotiate the fee schedule? So those are my thoughts on it. And now I'll turn it over to the board for any of their input.
Well, we need a consultant. And certainly this person's qualified.
Michael, sorry?
Is there a recommendation from the administration on this?
There is not.
We do not have a recommendation on administration. Megan and I met briefly on this today. And since it was the genesis came from this board, I think we should be the ones to determine who this person reports to, who this person takes direction from. So maybe we could all just email your thoughts.
And I'll just
Please.
quickly share my thoughts. We clearly put this together because we wanted to attempt to lighten some of the load from the administrator's office. So in my opinion, the person belongs reporting to this board. Obviously, this particular individual already has some knowledge and insight, so as a clear understanding of certain meetings that they should be attending and not attending, and routine updates to this board with feedback from us to that individual. If we want to see things done differently or behaviors, adjusted, then that certainly is our purview. But to have this assigned to administration does absolutely nothing to alleviate what we were trying to alleviate.
100%. 100%. So do you see this whole board
Yeah.
dictating where this person goes and gets his direction, and?
Well, I actually anticipate this person coming to us and outlining where they're going to go, you know, and getting our approval or whatnot. Because again, I think with this one particular individual who decided to bid on this, has a great understanding of what's already going on.
Sure.
So we don't need to, you know, educate this individual as much as they can educate us.
Okay, anybody else?
Chair?
Michael?
Yeah, would the, if the assistant town administrator or administrator could pass along whom this person was, the successful person, I'd be happy to, on the board's behalf, have that conversation with them and have them make that proposal.
Michael, it's in the packet, Waterworks Consulting LLC.
With the principal.
So second part of my statement is I'd be happy to have the person that was the qualified bidder to Pete's point, say what they would be willing to do and when.
So that person, just for the public's understanding, is in the packet. It's Dan Pelletier, the president of Waterworks Consulting. Waterworks Consulting LLC.
Why wouldn't that person come to us?
I think that's what we're trying to hash out now.
Well, that's, but I don't see it an individual member should necessarily make an approach.
Do we want to bring the president of Waterworks LLC in on another agenda so we can all have a conversation?
Yeah.
That's what we'll do. Michael, I'd be happy to reach out to Dan tomorrow and schedule him on one of our next two or three agendas, if that works.
I'm all for it, and the sooner the better, because we're already in this.
Understood.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for that. And now we are on to Town Administrator's report.
We have one promotion to announce, the assistant to the finance director, Ms. Sherry Reisner. She was the administrative assistant, executive assistant for building and conservation. Unfortunately, that leaves a hole, but we have advertised that position. She will start as soon as her vacation is over. So in the next couple of weeks, she'll
Excellent.
start down to help out in accounting. And then there's a contract for the rental assistance program. This is managed through the Affordable Housing Trust. This contract was actually executed back in October, but I was just cleaning up contracts and found that it hadn't gotten to you yet. So that is it.
It's not ours.
Thank you, Megan. Select Board Member report. Pete?
Couple pages here. I'm good tonight.
We'll leave and you can still talk if you
John?
like. Yeah, just one thing based on what Megan just said. The Housing Trust is a fiduciary. The Housing Trust has the authority to sign contracts. So this would be purely for illustrative purposes.
Correct.
Julie?
I have nothing.
Michael?
I have nothing.
And I'll say thank you to all of you for hanging in there and staying in here and listening. And I also want to say congratulations to Monomoy men's hockey and Monomoy ladies hockey for making it to the postseason play. So congratulations and best of luck to both teams.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn, moving second. All in favor, Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Be safe
I'm
driving
an
home,
aye.
Mike.